Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, on behalf of the Institute for Politics and Society, it's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you here at the Multiple Challenges for Transatlantic Partnerships Conference. My name is Filip Lukeš, and I will be the host of today's event. We are honored to host such a diverse and distinguished group of participants representing a wide array of sectors from both sides of the Atlantic. Over the next couple of hours, we will engage in discussions on a range of topics critical to transatlantic partnerships in 3 different panel discussions. The whole day will be sweetened by a delicious lunch after the first panel, as well as a coffee break between the second and third panel discussions. You also will have a unique opportunity to actively participate in the discussions with your questions, and you are encouraged to do so via the Slido app using the QR code that you can see on the screen right now. So that was all about the practicalities of today, and now we can move on to the person who will first deliver the first welcome speech. Let me welcome here Mrs. Šárka Shoup, the Executive Director of the Institute for Politics and Society and a board member of the European Liberal Forum. The Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates. It's my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the European Liberal Forum to this conference called Multiple Challenges for Transatlantic Partnerships. We are meeting here in very interesting times, not only because of ongoing war in Ukraine or war conflict in Strip of Gaza, but also because the Czech Republic just celebrated 25 years of anniversary being a member of the NATO, and we will just celebrate in 2 weeks a membership of 20 years being a part of the European Union. Both of these 2 memberships are very important to us, not only from a political point of view, but also from an economical point of view and security point of view. We will discuss our future and a little bit also our past with our great speakers who accepted our invitations. They came here not only from the Czech Republic, but from whole Europe and the United States. It's our pleasure to have you here, but we will not discuss it only with them, but also with you. That's why we would like to ask you to send the questions via Slido, which was just presented to you, and we will try to provide the best answers to your direct questions. I would like to also thank and express my gratitude to our partners. With them, we cooperated on this great conference. And we are really happy that we can meet here. And one of the partners is Friedrich Naumann Foundation. It's our long-lasting partner. Then also Renew Europe, our very important partner. And we would like to also express thanks to 2 think tanks, Republican Institute and Liberté from Poland. Thank you very much and enjoy this discussion.
Thank you very much for your welcome speech. And the second person who will welcome all of you here is Mr. Jan Macháček, the chairman of the board of trustees of the Institute for Politics and Society. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to welcome all of you at our today's event. We do this kind of conference every year, as you know, and as usual, we will focus on 3 most important topics which have to do with transatlantic relationship. First one is economic development and economic cooperation, economic ties on both sides of the Atlantic. We should also discuss trade, we should discuss investment policies, we should discuss cooperation and competition. The second topic is political cooperation, political development, you know that both sides of the Atlantic represent something what we like to call free world, space of rule of law, of constitutional liberties, and both sides of the Atlantic face similar challenges as far as the political development is, or different challenges. We can discuss this. And third, perhaps the most important panel will have to do with defense, security, and cooperation in this field of geopolitics, and not only concerning the war in Ukraine, but also security challenges in the Middle East and others. So I hope you will enjoy the conference, and we are looking forward for your participation also. So thanks for coming.
Thank you very much, sir. And the last person with his warm welcome you all here is Mr. Karel Havlíček, the Vice Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to meet with you again. And the last edition of this conference, I described the new challenges for transatlantic cooperation in the context of the changes that have taken place in recent years. And I focused, as you remember, on the geopolitical situation in Ukraine. So, unfortunately, the situation has not changed since then. The war in Ukraine continues, and despite the extraordinary support of Europe and the United States, there has been no fundamental change. Meanwhile, there have been terrorist attacks on Israel by Hamas. And it has to be acknowledged that the economic situation of the European Union and the United States, especially in terms of competitiveness with Asian countries, is not going well. Strong warnings are coming from the heads of the largest European and American companies, as you know. They warn that without action on climate and energy policy and the necessary regulation, there is no chance of competing with Chinese companies in particular. It's therefore all the more important to recall the basic premises with which I would like to open the discussion at this conference. First of all, it's essential to present unity among NATO countries, especially in their attitude towards the conflict in Ukraine. And in this context, it's necessary to assess the situation rationally and pragmatically, not from the point of view of what we wish for, but according to the objective situation in Ukraine. In addition to economic aid, every effort must be made to the end of conflict, taking into account of interest of Ukraine, the European Union, and United States as much as possible. Second of all, it's necessary to continue the support of State of Israel in this conflict with Hamas. This is a long-term clash of values that Western world must not underestimate, or it will be vindicated. On one side stand values based on individual freedom, religion, family, work, success, or mutual solidarity. On the other, there are fanatic religious beliefs. in the chaos of events in recent years, as the pandemics, the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, climate change, for example, we must not forget that events of September 11 and the fact that they could happen again. The attack on Israel is a proof of this. And last but not least, it was a strategic mistake to turn the European Union and the United States into economic competitors. Because doing so, we made China the winner. It's therefore imperative to strengthen the economic cooperation between the European Union and the United States in order to create independence from Asian entities, to rethink climate and energy policies, and not to allow economic competition to be influenced by ideological and regulatory choices. I believe these topics will be the spark for the exchange of views at today's conference, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your warm words of welcome. And now we can move on to the next part of our program. It's my privilege to welcome here our two keynote speakers today, whose insights and expertise are instrumental in shaping the discourse of transatlantic cooperation. Please welcome our first keynote speaker, Major General Barre Seguin, the director of the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies and a retired Air Force commander. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning. We need more Czech espresso, I think, this morning for the audience. So, good morning. Guten Tag. I don't know how to say this in Czech. I apologize. How do we say good morning? Oh, I'm gonna have to work on that. Okay. Grüß Gott and Servus from Bavaria, where we're at with the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies, where rarely a day goes by that the Germans don't proudly talk to me about their Helles beer. And even though I think it was an attempt by the Germans many years ago to reproduce Czech Pilsner beer. So I thought I'd see for myself as I was driving from Bavaria to your beautiful city of Prague, and stopped in Pilsen, did I say it close? Pilsen? To have a Pilsner on my way to Prague. Now, with the realization that where you stand is where you sit, I can honestly say the Germans have got nothing on Czech Pilsner beer. Are there any Germans in here? Is this being recorded by chance? I hope not. It's truly a great pleasure to be with you here today. I like to describe myself as a transatlanticist optimist, and I think there is reason for optimism today in the here and now. And I can say that because I see it each and every day via the interaction of our global participants in the many programs that we have at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies. I'll talk about that here momentarily. But I would like to thank Šárka, Jan, Karel. Thank you for the invitation. I really look forward to the dialogue today. But I think we have to start with our optimism by going back just briefly in history. And we heard a little bit about that already, celebrating the 25th anniversary here on the 12th of the Czech Republic's joining of NATO, as Šárka talked about. But 80 years ago, Europe lay in ruins. I'm watching a program right now that well documents that, called Masters of the Air. It's the latest, I'm not advocating it, but it's the latest Spielberg, Tom Hanks collaboration that follows the 100th bomb group out of Great Britain and documents this. And the only way forward at the time was to make a promise to never let it happen again. This year, we do mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. We're reminded that only a strong alliance, as already mentioned, NATO centrality, could end a war, and that applies to the here and now in Europe. But the end of the war was only the beginning. I quote, "I need not tell you that the world situation is very serious." A quote from George C. Marshall in his 1947 Harvard commencement address that's equally applicable to Europe today. The ideas that Marshall outlined in this 12-minute speech only, hopefully mine is less than that, on June 5th, 1947, later became known as the Marshall Plan, initially the European Recovery Plan, a plan that, at its core, sought really to prevent the possibility of World War III. Realize at that time in American history, we had many that wanted to withdraw to within our borders and consider the Atlantic and Pacific our buffer. Key to Marshall's plan was economic recovery. We're going to talk a little bit about about economy and relationships relative to competition today. Marshall insisted that American support to Europe was undertaken with the governments of Europe and not something that we did to the governments of Europe. History has really shown over the years that by working with our allies, partners, and friends, the Marshall Plan accomplished at the end of World War II that which nothing else could have. It provided a path for the foundation of a stable post-war Western Europe. Another aspect of Marshall's plan was the realization that America could no longer rely on our surrounding oceans nor our military might for protection. Americans needed allies, Americans needed partners, and Americans needed friends, equally important today as it was in 1947. 5 years after D-Day, 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization was established. Originally comprised of 12 members, now at 32 by welcoming Sweden over the last, I think it was 10 days ago now, and Finland before. And the Czech Republic, as already mentioned, celebrated on the 12th of March, the 25th anniversary of accession to NATO, March 12, 1999, along with Poland and Hungary. And I was very pleased to hear that our former president, Bill Clinton, was actually here to help celebrate that 25th anniversary, along with many other senior U.S. officials. Once adversaries, mistrust, demonization, and the state of the Cold War separated many of us here today for more than 4 decades. On November 9th, though, 1989, the world watched in awe as the Berlin Wall crumbled. I remember it distinctly, and I have a piece of the wall in my office. Former Hungarian Prime Minister Josef Antall commented that a bad marriage has ended. Now friendship can begin. A year later, in October 1990, tens of thousands of German citizens gathered in Berlin to celebrate the unification of Germany. And on July 1st, 1991, then Czech President Havel presided over the final dissolution of the Warsaw Pact right here in Prague. Fast forward to today, where NATO is the bedrock of our enduring transatlantic security and serves as the bulwark based on our shared values: democracy, freedom, good governance, rule of law, peace and security, conflict prevention and response, and human rights. NATO supported the United States after September 11th in the attacks on our country and invoked Article 5 and went into Afghanistan. I was very pleased to serve at the end of my time in uniform as the NATO Air Command Afghanistan commander, and I can tell you that I proudly observed the professionalism of the coalition nations' soldiers and the allied nations' soldiers in particular, and the tremendous interoperability, the distance that we've come in the 75 years that we celebrate this year, which is NATO, with the Washington Summit in July. An attack on one is an attack on all. This is the value of the alliance. But now wars return to Europe with Russia's unprovoked, illegal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The United States, alongside our allies and partners, have been quick to respond and provide Ukraine with training and equipment to succeed on the battlefield and to liberate its own territory from Russia's occupation. In fact, the Czech Republic has really led the way in much of this. Among the first to provide heavy weapons, train Ukrainian soldiers, and now to find new sources for critical artillery ammunition, which is being outpaced at an unbelievable percent by Russian production. Today, more than 50 countries participate in the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which is hosted monthly by our U.S. Secretary of Defense, Austin. And it brings together allies at the ministerial levels and partners to coordinate security assistance for Ukraine, something we have not seen in the history of NATO and NATO's partners. The United States' commitment to NATO, I can assure, is ironclad, and we will continue to support Ukraine per the words of President Biden for as long as it takes, so Ukraine can continue to defend itself and be in the strongest possible position when it comes to negotiating a peace, or at least an end to conflict. Our Secretary of State Biden just this week spoke with your Czech Foreign Minister, Lipovsky. Did I say it right? Lipovsky. And they both reaffirmed our country's resolute support, were the words used, to Ukraine as it defends itself from Russia. Through diplomacy and by working with our allies and partners, we will continue efforts to strengthen our relationship and ensure the transatlantic partnership remains the basis for our collective security. Few institutes are more symbolic of the strength of the transatlantic relationship than our very own George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies, a German-American partnership with a multinational flavor to it, commonly referred to as the Marshall Center. We've been addressing regional, transnational, and global challenges facing our transatlantic partnership for 30 years, celebrated our 30th anniversary last year, by building intellectual operability and developing a common understanding of the challenges that we face, not always agreeing, but understanding the other's point of view and finding common ground. In the early 1990s, our center served as a strong German-American partnership established to support the challenging transition of the former communist states into democratic and well-governed countries that would eventually integrate fully into Western security structures, to include the European Union and NATO. The post-Cold War decade ended abruptly with the terrorist attacks of 2001 on our country and kicked off our second decade, where we focused on terrorism and security studies and preparing intellectually countries to legislate, provide strategy and policy to deal with the new challenges. During our third decade, Russia invaded Georgia, and we had to refocus on regional security issues and brought those back on to the agenda. Then came Crimea's annexation, 2014. Noting the evolving situation in Europe, at the Wales Summit in 2014, the Allies formally pledged to aim to move toward 2% of their GDP on defense spending. I believe 19 are going to get there this year of the 32. Building upon previous pledges, at the 2016 Warsaw Summit, allies declared initial operational capability of NATO's ballistic missile defense to counter threats posed by Iran and further afield North Korea to European countries. They also pledged to strengthen individual nations in collective cyber defenses and recognize cyberspace as a new operational domain. Furthermore, the Ukraine crisis and Russia's attacks on Ukrainian territory vividly illustrated that the European security order was under serious threat, and the spirit of the Paris Charter was gone. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, February 2022, came as a shock. Few of us predicted it, even on the 21st of February, but eventually had the effect of reuniting the political West with a more robust alignment within the Transatlantic Alliance, the EU, and the G7. At the Madrid summit in 2022, NATO leaders endorsed a new strategic concept, one that hadn't been revisited for a number of years. Defining the alliance's three core tasks underscored the need to strengthen our deterrence and defense as the backbone of NATO's Article 5 commitment and the reaffirmed NATO's open door policy. Instead of dividing the West, the Kremlin's actions made NATO stronger. They motivated Finland and Sweden to join NATO, now, as mentioned, 32 strong. Ultimately, Russian aggression yielded the opposite of its intended effect, further enhancing EU-NATO cooperation and expanding the alliance's forces and capabilities. In response, we at the Marshall Center have increased our programming and our focus on Russia, strategic competition, cybersecurity, as well as irregular warfare and hybrid threats, all of which we see very prevalently throughout Europe. Our efforts are focused not only on our priority countries, Ukraine, Moldova, which was mentioned this morning, Georgia, and our priority region, the Balkans, but also in supporting institutional capacity building in the Black Sea and South Caucasus regions, many countries of whom aspire to EU and NATO membership. The complex challenges to the U.S. and European security and common values call for the continuation of a strong transatlantic partnership as a foundation to our collective security. Today, in my view, the transatlantic relationship is as strong as it's ever been. The war in Ukraine has only re-emphasized for the U.S. the importance to further engage and invest in Europe's regional security and its allies, partners, and friends. In the words of Ronald Asmus, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, who was instrumental in the expansion of NATO to include members of the former Eastern Bloc, and I quote, "In the face of long-term strategic challenges, there can be no substitute for long-term strategic partners. Partners you can trust, partners who trust you. That is the underlying reality which the North Atlantic Alliance has always been about." Since 1993, the Marshall Center has worked tirelessly to develop strong, resilient friendships by promoting the transatlantic partnership and strengthening U.S.-European bonds. Today, we remain in an excellent position to address the multiple challenges facing the transatlantic partnership, many of which we'll talk about today. Our mission is to educate, engage, and empower security partners to collectively affect regional, transnational, and global challenges. And we continue to march toward our vision of a unique German-American partnership, promoting common values and a trusted global network of alumni collaboratively coming together to affect security change and challenges. As I conclude, my journey of beer discovery will continue post this conference. And so, I plan to head to České Budějovice. Is this close? The original home of Budweiser beer, is my understanding. Is it close? I was born there. You were born there, okay. So we need to talk before I go down that direction. And just as I compared German beer to Czech Pilsner and Pilsen, I plan to compare the original Budweiser beer to the American king of beers. You've heard this saying, right? There's no comparison, right? But I plan to find out for myself. So, and if beer tasting isn't optimistic enough and enough to look forward to, I hope some of the positive thoughts that I shared about the current state as I see it of the transatlantic relationship, about the strength of that relationship, about the centrality of NATO to our collective security provides you with some optimism as we go through the dialogue today. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to hearing from so many of you, meeting new friends, and reacquainting with others. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring speech. And I would like to welcome here our second keynote speaker, who is Mr. Ondřej Kovařík, a member of the European Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to the Institute, Šárka, for the invite. It's a big pleasure to be here with you. It's definitely not the first conference on or the edition that I'm attending. And after what we heard from esteemed Major General, I would like to maybe complement it with a little bit of European perspective coming from the heart of European Union, the Brussels, currently serving a mandate as a member of European Parliament from the Czech Republic. I think we can share a number of views that you just heard from the previous speaker. But I would say, on top of that, I would add a number of concerns and maybe uncertainties. And I think a little bit of action already on the European side based on our observations on what is happening in the US. As I said, I've been to a number of editions of this conference before, and I think looking back, it's been really interesting to see how the core of discussion was changing. There was a lot of debate about economic cooperation between the US and the EU back in last decade, the attempts to conclude an agreement between European Union and the US and on economic terms, investment partnerships, sort of, how we deal with challengers like China and many issues like that. And since then, we've been, and I still believe that our transatlantic bond is very strong, but we've been through a number of serious tests where we've seen also new dynamics on both sides of Atlantic. And I think one of the main tests was obviously the Russian aggression in Ukraine, but also what was linked to it, the energy crisis that hit Europe, and especially countries or the region of the Central Europe that is sort of influenced and under heavy influence of the provisions of energy coming from the east. And there we saw actually also U.S. sort of stepping in and helping with new provisions of LNG gas coming to Europe. We saw actually these signs that this bond is working when the crisis hit. On the other hand, we see challenges, and I think this is where I want to focus a little bit more throughout my intervention. One of the challenges is exactly how we build this relationship facing new situation in Europe, which is war in Europe, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and what it means for Europe to be able to defend itself or deal with situations like we unfortunately see in Ukraine. And there I think we have a lot to do on our European side. And I mean, those from the other side of Atlantic, you could say, well, guys, we've been telling you for a number of years that you should do more and invest more in your military capacities. You're right. It's true. And also on the European side, we've been quite slow. We have to admit it. Throughout these past 2 years, as a member of the European Parliament, I see literally a number of taboos falling across the European Union. Issues that we were never be able to discuss before are regular issues of our debates today. enhancing military capacities, discussing a joint European efforts in investment in not only the conventional military capabilities, but also discussion about how credible is European nuclear deterrence. And I think these are also the discussions that we'll be having in next years to come. This year is quite crucial, not only because of what's happening, but because we will have a number of elections across the globe. But from our perspective, I think there are two important elections, both deciding on Europe, but one of them are actually happening in the US, as a lot of critics are saying, also around Brussels. First, in June, we will have the European Parliament election, and then in the fall, the US presidential elections. I think they will definitely determine how the transatlantic partnership will evolve afterwards. And just following the debates for presidential candidates in the US, we can see things happening in Europe. I think there's a lot of uncertainty about what will happen as of next year. And this also is actually pushing Europe into a more active approach when it comes to, for instance, the joint defense effort. We will not only have the new European Parliament, there will be also a new European Commission and also new governments in a number of European countries recently. And we already hear now, there's a lot of discussions, and I'm really surprised to hear that. I'm glad to hear that, but I'm really surprised by the intensity of those discussions, that the Europe really should shift and make the defense and the military cooperation one of the key priorities for the second half of this decade, and maybe even more. And as I said, these are those taboos that a long time ago were, or not even that long time ago, were definitely out of the table because the European Union membership was not able to discuss that. So I think maybe to follow up what has been said by the previous speaker, there is definitely a core role to play by NATO as long as there's active participation of our US allies in the structure. But it would not be also possible without more and more active European allies played on our side. And I think this, in my view, will be also definitely one of the topics of discussions later today, but definitely one of the key challenges we will all face in the years to come. And I think not only because of what we see today in Ukraine, where we hope to see a solution to be found quickly, but also I think afterwards, what happens if the security situation around the globe will deteriorate? What will be our joint role to play in issues like Indo-Pacific, China and Taiwan, with issues happening in the Middle East and maybe broader area around it. So I think there's a number of challenges, number of uncertainties. It would be definitely detrimental if we lose one of the pillar of, let's say, our global role in these global issues, which is our transatlantic partnership, strong bond between European Union and the United States. And I really hope that even after those critical elections that will happen this year, we'll still be able to build on this more. That is at least my hope. That is also my wish. My wish to all of you also for a fruitful conference, to have a great debate on these issues. I'm definitely sure that this is not the last edition. There will be a lot of things to consider, reflect on, and discuss even in the future. And I'll be happy to be part of that as well, together with you. So wishing you a great day, a great conference, and see you later as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And before we move on to the next part of our conference, I have one technical issue to talk with you about. So you can see you were provided the name tags, your name cards here, and on the back side of the name cards there are two QR codes. One QR code represents the program of today's conference, and the second QR code is the Slido app. So I would like to encourage you one more time to all of you, if you have any question, don't hesitate to share it with us. and our moderators will bring it up later during the panel discussions. And with the keynote speeches, we have closed our first part of today's program. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our first panel discussion. So as you can see, the first panel is called the EU-US Economic Relations, Key Arteries of the Global Economy. I would like to welcome here our speakers participating in this panel. The first one is Jakob van Kirkegaard, a senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. The second speaker is Weston Stacey, the executive director at the American Chamber of Commerce in the Czech Republic. The third speaker is Jan Macháček, the chairman of the board of trustees at the Institute for Politics and Society. And also I would like to welcome here Jeff Medeiros, a co-founder and a chief strategy officer of the company Keastone, and an adjunct lecturer at the New York University in Prague. And also I cannot forget the moderator of this panel, who is Renata Zilli, a researcher at the European Center for International Political Economy. So please welcome all of them here.
Not me.
Well, hello, good morning to you all. Hi, hello to my panelists. My name is Renata Zilli. I'm a researcher at the European Center for International Political Economy, ESIP, in Brussels. And I had the pleasure of moderating this fantastic panel. My area of research is trade policy, so although we might cover other different economic topics, I apologize if I lean our conversation towards international trade relations, but I'll try to avoid it. I just also want to remind the audience to ask questions through Slido. And our conversation will be structured in 3 main blocks. We will start with the state of play of the EU-US relations, then move to a second section to discuss maybe key issues, and then we will end our conversation with future directions and opportunities. So, well, today's panel is titled EU-US Economic Relations, Key Arteries of the Global Economy. And while we'll most cover economic challenges in the transatlantic agenda, we can't ignore the political side of the discussion, and perhaps the most important issue that will guide today's conference, which it has been said in many occasions, that is an election year on both sides of the Atlantic. And that is not a particularly normal, quote-unquote, normal election. And the next 2 panels will cover the political discussion more deeply, but I think we should start as well stating the obvious and in which context these economic issues and challenges are taking place. And it's very clear now who are going to be the candidates for the presidential race. On the Republican side, former President Trump just secured the GOP nomination, and we know that EU-US relations were particularly tense, to say the least, during that period. And of course, this is just one scenario. I have to reiterate that it's still a possibility. There's a possibility that President Biden also continues to a second mandate. But interestingly, the bright side of this, if there's one, is that in both cases, we have a hint of how the EU-US relation would look like. We discussed earlier this morning or in the business breakfast, where it's going to be a continuity, a disruption on the current agenda. But definitely these 2 places, these 2 visions of America's place in the world will impact Europe differently. But it's always better to know that the storm is coming to take the appropriate measures and prepare. And I think Europe has been doing exactly that for the past years. And to answer the question of how to be more an independent and autonomous actor In fact, some of the trade defense instruments from the Open Strategic Autonomy Package were implemented at the end of last year, and we will see them in action maybe at the end of this year, beginning of next one. For some of these instruments, perhaps you're more familiar with CVAM or the anti-coercion instrument, well, there's no precedent of this scale, and the world will be watching what Europe is doing in that regard. But part of the challenge is to implement these policies that find the right balance between open markets and economic nationalism, between autonomy and protectionism, and within this process, do not hurt key allies. Many of these measures have some extraterritorial components and geopolitical components as well to address some of the most pressing issues of the global scale, such as the challenges posed by climate change, the digital transition of the global economy, and of course, the economic and political ambitions and the security threats from China and Russia. All these factors are source of divergence and convergence in the transatlantic economy. And certainly, the fact that the US and the EU remain each other's most important markets and geoeconomic bases is a major force pulling these two economic blocks together. Yet, at the same time, they are in constant competition with each other. And these practical differences might push them away. So now, to begin our conversation that I want to make to warm things up, I'd like to ask my fellow panelists, how does the future of the EU-US economic relation look like to you, in your view, and which are these forces that pull the transatlantic economy together, which push it away, and if the US political environment is one that current political US environment and domestic polarization, is this something that pushes or drives the transatlantic relation together or pushes it apart? The floor is yours. I'm here to ask the hard questions. If just. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Sure. Whenever I go over my time, just stop me. But I think the key thing to start with when you're going to say what pulls apart or what brings together the US and Europe at this point in time economically is to look at what are the structural challenges that we both face. And I would contend there are two. The first is China, and the second one is climate change. And the question is, how have we responded to these two challenges? Unfortunately, I think the reality is that we have responded in very different ways. On China, there's no doubt that the United States is engaged in an ideological disengagement economically from China. We can debate how successful that is, but it's a fact. It's tariff-based, and this, by the way, will continue irrespective of who wins the presidential election. It's based on technology, export controls, etc. Europe, on the other hand, is a quite reluctant enforcer of technology controls. You mentioned these new trade enforcement mechanisms that I live in Brussels. Everybody in Brussels talks a lot about them, but let me just be very clear. On the one that really matters, which is electric vehicles anti-subsidy investigation, I am sure the European Commission will find that there are subsidies going on in the Chinese economy for EVs, and they will probably impose some anti-subsidy tariffs on Chinese EV exports. But I can tell you also, it won't matter one thing. It will have zero economic impact. And let me explain you very quickly why. The reason is that anti-subsidy, EU's history of anti-subsidies, they levy tariffs of between 5 to 19% historically. In EVs, that doesn't matter at all. And the reason to understand that is that the margin, the price differentials between Chinese EV prices in China and Europe are about 50%. So even if this goes through, the Chinese companies will just eat it on the margins. They won't change the policies. This tariff, even if it comes, is a political fig leaf. It makes no difference economically whatsoever. And by the way, also remember that the principal driver of electric vehicle pricing is the price of the battery. The great news is that the price of the batteries declines at about 50% a year. It's basically, you don't think of it as a car. Think of it as IT equipment. Well, go back 20 years and imagine if you had put a 20% tariff on a computer. What does that matter? Zero. Zero. So this is irrelevant unless you care about intra-institutional arguments in Brussels and all that stuff. Economically, for the EV sector in Europe, this argument is meaningless. CBAM, by the way, we can talk about that, but remember, CBAM is import protection. It doesn't help European export economies anywhere in the world. So CBAM is also a sideshow. No, second challenge, climate change. Unfortunately, Europe and the United States has also chosen very different approaches to climate change. Europe is doing carbon pricing. The United States is doing a combination of industrial subsidies and protectionism, predominantly vis-a-vis China. What does that mean? It means that Europe is making it more expensive to produce fossil fuels. That's what a carbon price does. Whereas the United States is making it cheaper to produce green goods. Well, this is a textbook competitive distortion. So of course there's going to be a non-stop trade frictions between Europe and the United States on this issue, irrespective of who wins the presidential election. It is a function of the choices that we have made. And then just on this competitiveness issue, look, of course Europe with a carbon price has a competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis the United States. The United States today is the number one fossil fuel producer in the world. Nobody produces more oil and natural gas than the United States. So of course Europe is going to be at a structural, ongoing competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis the United States as long as that prevails. And the only way to get out of that from Europe's perspective is to decarbonize as soon as possible. When that happens, it's over, but not until then. Anyway, I'll stop here. I can go on.
Thank you.
So my role here, I think, is a little bit different. I'm essentially an entrepreneur from Silicon Valley, and I'm a transplanter, and I'm doing another startup, and I also teach at the university for fun. But so I would say just more of my practical experience day to day. That's my added value, I believe. And looking at the work that was done in Silicon Valley, I started my first tech company back in the 90s, the beginning of the dot-com boom, and then bust, and then recovery. And I think about that as a very kind of isolated environment where we're in a bit of a bubble. And then now spending time in Europe, I can see the advantages of this cooperation and the possibilities. So I'm quite an optimist, and I think generally as an entrepreneur, I think we're all optimists and opportunists. And I hear a lot of the policy discussions, you know, who's going to get elected this week, next month. And then also the discussions of, you know, certainly war is real, global warming is real, equality is a real issue globally. And now we have a development team in Bangalore, India. And I just think as I travel around, not the whole world, but just spots where I'm doing work, I think the biggest challenge for us as entrepreneurs is we're looking for stability and predictability. The rest of our life is chaos. So we don't need to be wondering about, you know, whether, you know, there's a war or whether there's an exchange rate problem because somebody is putting tariffs in a particular region. And ultimately, I think, just in terms of policy making, we would just look forward to those opportunities where normalization exists so that we can fight in the street of the economic battle of what's the next innovation and where we should be spending our time. To that end, I will also share that I don't think it's an inside story that we will race to the bottom of the pool in terms of taking advantage of a situation. And I'll use AI as an example these days. And I think it's very kind of a bit of an eye-opener to me to come to Europe and see in a positive light, regulation, looking at GDPR and most recently the AI constraints that are imposed by the European Union, whereas I don't know if this is an extremist view, but the Americans are just asleep at the wheel by design. I mean, they're all hamstruck. Congress is not moving. You have the state of California and the state of New York doing some things. But really, there are some very, very serious challenges with these technologies if they're left unfettered. And we probably don't have time to get into like the architecture of AI and why it is what it is, but I would invite all of you to, it just takes about an hour or two to get a general understanding. It is a very promising technology that is going to change all of our lives in the very near future. We're talking not decades, but if not months, then years. And at the same time, it does pose some very serious challenges. And this is where I think we should be considerate of the power of the European Union to take a leadership role. And if the Americans aren't going to play in the game for whatever reasons, campaign finance reform, or you follow the money, that we consider that as a very valuable asset. And we heard from the morning conversation about NATO and military investments and the like, and that's not my specialty, but once again, I look forward to a Europe that is more, that is stronger and self-sufficient, just in bringing that to the relationship. So it's more of a balanced relationship, so we continue to get the benefit of not an American-led view. I hope I don't sound like an anti-American, but really, we need another stronger partner at the table helping when, for whatever reasons, we're not able to. That's what is helpful to us and to people like me as we travel around the world freely to develop the next technologies.
Thank you.
So, good morning again, or it's not morning anymore, sorry. So, I would like to add to what you mentioned, like since Europe is so great in regulations, so perhaps someone should pay us for these excellent regulations. So I would start here to quote the article of my favorite columnist Tyler Cohen from Bloomberg. It's translated into Czech, so I'll translate it back to English. So notes like so. It's by the way called like Next American Century. So he is basically saying that whereas a few years ago or a decade ago there were all these like predictions that we will have a new century of China, he is convinced that even this century will be once again American century, and there are a few things why he how he underlines his thesis. So among 10 best titles of global index MSCI, which is, by the way, 70% of American companies, we will find 8 American in top 10 American technological companies. And companies like Apple or Microsoft are bigger than the capital markets of particular European countries. And publicly traded American companies create 44% of global market capitalization. So he believes that at least in a corporate world, we are heading into a new American century. Chinese, one of the reasons is that we have this situation is that Chinese capital market is doing particularly badly. It has never been a mirror of Chinese economy in a wider sense, and there are growing risks as far as the Chinese economy is concerned. We know that there has been a burst of real estate bubble in Chinese. You know that municipal and regional governments in China are hugely indebted. There is an amazingly huge unemployment among young people, etc., etc. So there is nothing on the horizon which would support the idea of a dynamic capital market in China. And as far as this was about China, as far as Europe is concerned, Europe is not able to go the way of some stable economic growth. Last 2 decades, American economy is growing quite rapidly. European economy is sometimes growing a little, but more or less stagnating. It so what else? Like there are other reasons that that he Talcon predicts that pharmaceutical companies will more or less start to function like these main factors of technological, or one of the main factors of technological progress, researching like new computing and synthetic biology, etc. This is once again an American domain for the future, is his predictions, etc. So so I would stop quoting here, but let's look at it. So where is Europe in this? Like where are Europe is, as you mentioned, great in regulations, in GDPR and regulation of AI, but where are the European AI leaders? So this is, but it's not only about markets in these like dynamic branches of the economy. It's also about defense and current situation in the world, and especially the war in Ukraine, which is in our neighborhood of Europe, leads to the situation that there's a growing demand for American weapons and weapon systems like F-35s. So it's there are dozens of countries who want to buy these systems, and it once again helps America. American educational systems is whatever we think about what is taught there, like as far as all these woke issues are concerned, like in engineering and technologies and mathematics, and US is the leader. They have and will still have top universities. And energy, it was mentioned here by my predecessor, America will, whatever the green policies are, it will be a major exporter of energy, of oil and gas for years to come. So where is Europe in this? Like, is it its share of global GDP is gonna go down relatively? It will, and I am afraid its dependence on the US in security and defense issues will only grow, even though there are definitely some rational attempts, at least in the rhetoric, to do something different and to be more autonomous, but reality, I'm afraid, will be different. So if I overstate a little bit, we will be a nice continent of, if we will able to keep the stability, nice continent of sites and beautiful nature in the mountains and golf courses, etc. But where is the dynamism? Where is the growth? And if there is a chance to reverse these tendencies, these protectionist tendencies, even in relationships among our friends, it's clear that if we will renew attempts to support free trade and trade arrangements with the US, upper hand has the player who is more dynamic and stronger, and it will be the US and it will not be Europe. So sorry for being so Euro pessimistic, but I just... that's the, yeah, okay, or American optimistic. So maybe sorry for being too long. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thanks for your remarks, Mr. Macháček. And now I think it's the time for, yes, of course, for Mr. Weston, Stacey.
So 30 seconds, yeah?
No,
so
go ahead.
I hate to disagree with the military guy, but to me, the most important relationship between Europe and America is the economic relationship. Yeah, for one, economy pays for it all, right? If we don't have the economy, we can't pay for the military. And from my perspective, which is not the perspective of what's happening in Brussels or what's happening in Washington, but what's happening between businesses, the relationship has been growing and growing at a strong rate since 1990 here and since 1945 for all of Europe. And it's going to continue to grow whether former President Trump wins the election or whether Joe Biden is reelected. Then the question becomes to me, and I would say I agree with you that the two priorities are China and climate change, but I would flip them. Yeah, I would put climate change.
I wasn't trying to rank them, but
yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so climate change is a irrecoverable crisis, right? If we don't address climate change soon, we're going to have real problems. If we don't succeed with China, we always have a next opportunity. With climate change, that's not the case. So just a short comment on the EU and the US. I think you could characterize the EU has set targets, but the goal is not to set targets. The goal is to achieve targets, right? And the way that you achieve targets is technology. Yeah, it's the only thing that's going to help allow us to achieve the targets that we need to with climate change, which means every company, and you know it, every company now is reassessing its products and services, how it operates. It's making large, if they're smart, they're making extremely large investments, high-risk investments in new technology. And so that's what the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, strange title, that's what it took to get it past Congress. That's what it does. It shares the risk, right? Because the companies are making existential bets on their future. And if they don't succeed, they're out of business. If they do succeed, they will lead the market, right? And what you don't see in Europe is this, one, corresponding urgency. Yeah, set the target. Okay, that's great. But how are you going to meet it? Yeah? And that's what I think that the EU needs to take a look at. And then I'll shut up.
Actually, we have a question. I will integrate the questions that from the audience and from the ones that I have prepared, because I think we're touching up on the same issues. And there's a question exactly on an Inflation Reduction Act. And since you mentioned, maybe you want to explain a bit further how does the IRA it has impacted the economic relations, and what's the future look like with respect with IRA if Trump wins, because this is a clear Biden policy, but and it has a clear intention to target some of the red districts, but at the same time, maybe Trump has said that it's a worst policy, like the hyperbolic constant rhetoric. To what extent this is true, but also we could argue that Biden preserved some continuity in also Trump's policies. So do you see the same case going in that direction? And one last question. Since you also mentioned the issue of economic importance and growth, there's another issue with the transatlantic economy and the differences in the growth rates between US and EU. And it's going, to me, it's also a source of divergence between these two partners. And to what extent, this is it is going to be an issue in the future. And looking back to the context of elections, many are concerned that this model of globalization is leaving some people behind. Well, this is what some parties that are going to be elected are. Their narrative is based on these issues, which are, as you were saying, the material conditions that create other policies. So, to what extent, Europe productivity levels also have fell in relative comparison to the US. And to spice up the conversation, and I'm the devil's advocate here, do you think Europe is falling behind?
That's a lot of question to ask. So just before I start that, I mean, people concentrate on the growth rates, right? But concentrate on the baseline for those growth rates, right? So GDP per capita in Europe is pretty good, right? GDP per capita in the US is pretty good. So there's a reason why companies in both countries continue to see the others as the primary partner, right? I mean, so China is growing and they have tremendous growth rates, but look at the baseline, right? It's not very high. So that's one thing. Will the new administration change the old administration's policies? Rhetorically, probably yes. In reality, I think that they would be going against the strong satisfaction of the American business community with the current direction of policy. And I have my doubts whether there would be much of a change. And the last thing I would say on that is it's not just the president, right, which I have been trying to explain to Czechs who are alarmed about what the former president said about NATO, which is he actually did not say that he was going to withdraw the U.S. from NATO. And the second thing is he can't, right? They passed last year a law which requires a 66% vote in the Senate. And so it depends more on who's in the Senate. And I don't think the Republicans or Republicans that support Trump policies are going to have 66% of the Senate. So that's a bit of a media storm. And in terms of economic policy, I can't imagine that there would be much support for change. U.S. companies are making, as I said, massive investments now in climate change, and they're making a lot of them here. We were traveling with Karel Havlíček a month ago to companies, and a lot of the research that's being done on new sustainable technology is being done here for U.S. companies. So I think if you're talking about where the gap is going to be, the switch to sustainable technologies is a huge market opportunity, and whoever takes advantage of that market opportunity is going to have a big advantage. And the two entities that are best positioned to do that are the U.S. and the EU. Whoever wins that will be determined by who makes the investments and who makes the investments in the best way.
Thank you. I think
I would just add a little bit. This is on the kind of positioning. It's one of the things I've noticed in coming from there to here, and I'm here now 14 years and around Europe and in Asia, and I find that we often look at these like policy making strategists and thinking about what our target objectives are, and just the day-to-day, I think a lot should be said just about the cultural and disposition of these different regions. You're not going to make a European act like an American. You're not going to make an American act like a European. So it's almost like coming back to basic business school and doing SWOT analysis and say, what do I do well, and then what don't I do well, and where I could do it through a partnership where I might get some advantage. And I think probably the whole EU schema has proven the benefit of that. Of course, with an objective of not having a war, but also the upside being tremendous. All this economic development, quality of life, and happiness. There's actually the happiness index that you can see in Europe is much greater than it is in the United States, certainly for the Western countries and the Nordics for sure. But the Americans will not be adopting that. They're not going to have universal health care. They're just, it's not, they might get there some other way, but the point being is that when I speak to my students and I engage with disparate communities of people, it's not to have them all look alike when we're done. It's to say, well, what do you do really well? And the Europeans are really good at some things. And I'm emphasizing GDPR. I'm actually quite surprised that the EU moves. I mean, this is kind of not conventional wisdom, but they move pretty quickly on GDPR, relatively speaking, and AI for sure. And so that's a very positive thing. as part of the partnership between the Americans and the Europeans, we're collectively way better off. Facebook, Microsoft, Google pump the brakes. Nobody just runs out and starts, you know, implementing a technology that has some potentially pretty bad side effects. So certainly keep investing, and that's where we're going to get this productivity from. It's all about AI, and nothing is like singular that way, but you talk to any of the guys who are really deep in this technology, it's the future in so many ways. So we think about all this competition and our ability to raise standard of living and making sure that we're all, you know, working together, and at the same time preventing this from being, you know, the next arms race. That, to me, that's the critical necessity of a strong relationship.
Thank you.
No, I mean, I think it's just important when we talk about this sort of divergence and the US growing much faster and having much higher productivity growth than Europe at the moment, or indeed for the last number of years. I mean, on the growth rate, it's not that difficult to explain. Look, if there was an aggregate fiscal deficit in the EU of 6 to 7%, I can tell you that the growth rate of the EU would be considerably higher. Probably at the level of the United States. So would inflation, by the way, but that's a separate issue. So there are some very significant basic macroeconomic differences concerning fiscal policy, just the quantity of fiscal policy, that explains a lot of the growth differential. And then, as I said earlier, the U.S. has gone through, as I said, the U.S. has gone through a second shale revolution. It's the biggest oil and gas producer in the world. Obviously, Europe has had the flip side in the energy sectors. Then on the productivity side, I think the issue is slightly more nuanced. There are, I think, pretty good reasons why productivity in Europe is quite low at the moment. One is that we're talking about labor productivity here. That's how it's measured, right? And the one thing that characterizes the European economy in the aggregate at the moment is record high employment rates. There's never been higher employment in Europe as a share of the working age population. What that means is that a lot of quote-unquote marginal workers have been pulled into employment. And that depresses measured average labor market productivity, because a lot of these workers are, quote unquote, at least initially, low productivity workers. So it's not surprising that measured productivity in Europe at the moment is low, because we've had in Europe, quote unquote, job-rich growth. It's actually a good news story, just not, but there's no free lunch in economics. I mean, it comes across as low productivity. Then the other issue is CapEx. Right? We have had, you know, the fastest increase in interest rates in Europe, certainly the euro area, and the Czech Republic and other non-euro members is even more so, in decades. So CapEx is way down relative to the United States. We do not in Europe have anything similar, remotely similar to the IRA, which is essentially, to a large extent, a capital expenditure subsidy that subsidizes X% of capital expenditure goods. So when you have lower CapEx, because of lack of subsidies and because of very high interest rate increases, you're going to have lower productivity. It's not, quote unquote, rocket science for macroeconomists. And then on the issue of AI, you know, undoubtedly, and I totally agree, it's an absolutely across the board disruptive technology. But what does that mean, first and foremost? It means that the principal productivity increases from AI is not necessarily who develops the best machine learning algorithms, etc. It's about how companies can utilize these new skills. Are they, in fact, able to reorganize their entire operations along the lines of utilizing the skills and capabilities of AI? And that is simply, the ability to do that is typically directly correlated with the degree of labor market flexibility in the economy. And that's much higher in the United States. We can talk, it maybe not be as bad as it used to be in Europe, but it's still much more difficult to reorganize your entire company along the line of a new technology to reap the productivity benefits. So this is another reason for why Europe is relatively, you know, doing less good, I would say, on productivity right now.
I just would like to ask add something to your remarks. Maybe you can touch upon well to the growth issue, but I would also like to put some perspective on the wider context on the world where is growth happening, and it's happening outside this alliance, and much of the growth is taking place in other regions of the world, and for the next year, I mean. Well, we can debate, and I love to hear what you think. But please, Mr. Jankov.
Okay, so I just this question concerning Trump. I also don't expect many big changes in the economic dimension we discussed on this panel. There will be more. It might be more complicated in other fields, which is a question for the next panel. But as far as Inflation Reduction Act, two remarks. I don't think it's such a bad name after all, but it's not a very catchy name, but it a little bit makes sense, because ideally if you increase the investments into the industries, into the technologies, and these are good investments, because you can have good investments and bad investments. So if these investments work fine, you increase the production capacity of the economy, and if you increase production capacity of the economy, you in the long term or mid-term reduce inflation as well. So this is not such a nonsense as many people think, but I just expect that Trump is a pro-business guy. Pro-business means something different than pro-market, pro-free market. And he would make some changes into it. He would make a new name. It would be similar like with NAFTA, that he did some changes, he renamed it, and it worked fine. And he would, as a pro-business guy, he would kind of enjoy that he will have a chance to have an impact on subsidies to particular industries, to particular businesses, even though it's the Congress which is dominating it. But anyway, President also will have a role. I would see it. I would make a little comparison with our former Prime Minister and President Václav Klaus, who was, when originally, as you all remember, he supported this voucher privatization, whatever. But once he became Czech Prime Minister after the split of Czechoslovakia, he kind of started to like a very powerful Prime Minister, these direct sales to particular, to use privatization as the method of direct sales, because, so I would expect Trump to be the same, that he, if he would definitely not be, he would definitely not oppose subsidies to industries based on some free market ideology. He would be pro-business. And with the relationship to Europe, he really definitely believes in zero-sum world. In this respect, he is not an economist. Perhaps some people believe it has to do with his real estate background. So if there is a deficit, he believes that someone is taking advantage of the US, even though it's not, economists know that, but you will not change Trump. So if there are deficits, he would be pushing, and then he likes to present some kind of a deal. If it is in defense and he will push European partners to spend more on defense, he would be happy to present a deal and the results of his pressure, and the same would happen with trade. So I think he would, finally, it wouldn't be any kind of a war, or he will threaten some kind of a war, and then he would be happy to present some pragmatic results. Perhaps I am not enough Trumpophobic or something, but we already know how it was in the previous term.
Jacob, do you want to answer quickly, and then we move? I want to ask some questions to the private sector, so if you can.
No, I mean, I just want to push back on this ever-present argument that growth is going to be everywhere else in the world other than the transatlantic economic sphere. I ask you where. Look, China's potential growth rate is with certainty, because potential growth is the combination of the growth of the labor force, the growth of capital investment rate, and productivity. That's potential growth rate for you. That is for China with certainty, significantly below the level it is in the United States, certainly in Northern Europe, probably in the EU as a whole. So in the long run, China will only grow faster than something that's lower than our growth rate by exporting more, by having trade and current account surpluses. That's not growth. That benefits us. Africa, I'm sorry. We all talk about the great probabilities of Africa, but the reality is that real GDP per capita in Africa has fallen in the last 10 years. And this is even before the impact of climate change begins to go through. India, look, India is the most protectionist country in the world. Does it have a chance to replicate China? Absolutely not. Latin America, well, do you want to talk about the economic policies of Lula, Venezuela, Milei? I mean, is this a platform for sustained productivity growth? Absolutely not. This isn't necessarily a great profile, by the way. It's not a great outlook for the world economy, because what it means is that everybody else is going to converge to our much lower level. Right? We're not going to grow at 4 or 5% a year globally. We're going to grow at somewhere between 2 and 3. But it's going to be the so-called emerging markets, the global south, or whatever we choose to call it, that's going to converge to our level because of poor policies and demographics. That's basically the bottom line, right? But that still means that as a share of total growth, it's not at all clear that the transatlantic economy will be a lower share going forward. Absolutely not.
Thank you. And going to my question, it's to you. Actually, it is Jeff. You have talked about the importance of new technologies and AI and how this will impact the world economy, and how the US and EU are leaders in developing in these technologies. However, I feel that, well, that's not my feeling. It is a common understanding that these two parties have different approaches in terms of regulation and these technologies. So what do you think are the implications of the differing approaches to digital regulation for business and consumers in both regions? And do you think Europe can achieve its digital sovereignty alone?
The U.S. can't achieve its digital sovereignty alone. And I think that's a fiction. So digital sovereignty is a term that came up. It's a political term, not an economic term. And no reason to talk about it.
Yeah, I would agree. There's another challenge here in that when we talk about like globalization, about technology, I mean, look at the leaders of AI. They're immigrants. They came from somewhere else. They all just happen to be in the United States. And they all went there for some reason. And the reason is this freedom of economic expression. And I think I was going to jump in at the end of the last one, because this is you said exactly what I wrote down. It's this. The freedom of labor markets to evolve quickly, combined with this sense of urgency. And these are two, and the whole SWOT analysis of an American. This is like the Teddy Roosevelt rugged individualist. Each person there thinks they can be the next Elon Musk or the next Jeff Bezos. And there's, I would say, well, everyone has their own constraints and barriers to entry, but generally speaking, we all can be, and and if not, we believe we can be, and that's our attitude every day. And I uniquely see that in the United States. And so there's this combination to answer your question of, so it's not a digital divide, if you will, from here to there, because it's like water; it'll find its way wherever it can go. And when and maybe there's a presumption of knowledge here when I say I appreciate GDPR and the EU and its new AI regulation, because I see that water flowing all over the place and growing these green fields, and all of that is great. And at the same time, I just have this fear that I know that the U.S., political situation and Congress is not going to jump in and provide barriers and protection there. And so this is where this partnership is so critical and valuable. But to the point of European growth opportunity, and Trump wins, Biden wins, I do care, but I don't, who cares? 4 years later, it'll be somebody else. But the economy is going to keep on going. And it's like water. It's going to find its way. And I think that this concept of, well, what are we doing in terms of policy to enable the goodness to come through and to prevent the badness, that's where I look to these partnerships very hopefully, so that when I'm at work, working with my guys, whether they're in India or here or in Silicon Valley, guys and gals, I mean, we're just charging ahead, and we're not worried about all of those things. And I'm also not worried about somebody using the technology that we're helping to develop to be used in a nefarious way that essentially can, eradicate the rest of us from the planet. Which I mean, it's not extremism when you kind of see the technology itself.
Yeah, go ahead, Weston.
Airplanes are full of AI researchers flying from Europe to the United States and the United States to Europe, right? AI is about people, and it's about programming and the interchange between that. I mean, the concept of digital sovereignty is just like lunacy.
Yeah. I agree, and I think yes, it's just being provocative, and but I want to move towards another topic that we all have share our concerns as one of the primary challenges for the world, the transatlantic relation, which is climate change and the environment. And we have also some questions from the audience on this regard, and putting back this onto the question, onto the context of former president withdrew from the Paris Agreement. Then on the first day, President Biden signed an executive order to readmit the US to the Paris Agreement. Then if Trump, let's say, wins and sits in the White House next year, and he will withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. So it's a going back and forth. So do you see, we agree that we have to cooperate in this issue as both economists are leaders, and perhaps the ones that could really enact some change, but is the U.S. a reliable partner with all this going back and forth in this regard, or in other issues? And let me connect that to a question from the audience, which is, wait a second. Yeah, what steps do you think the EU, from Daniel Clad, I'm sorry if not pronouncing Clad well. What steps do you think the EU and US should take to further and strengthen their partnership areas, such as the fight against climate change? Jacob?
Well, I mean, as I said in the beginning, I think the US and Europe has unfortunately chosen fundamentally different approaches to climate change. One increases the cost of fossil production, that's a carbon price, and the other one subsidizes the cost of, the cost of the green economy. And that's going to create tension. It's going to create, and again, it doesn't matter who's the president. But I think, again, I would just highlight that unfortunately, climate change is one of the reasons why I am quite bullish on the overall transatlantic economy and indeed the OECD economies, because climate change is going to happen. We can debate whether it's 1.5 or 2.5 or whatever the percentage is. It's going to be enormously disruptive, and it's going to be a huge advantage to be rich when it happens. Because when you are rich, you can adapt much better. And again, in the grand scheme of things, this is why the OECD rich economies today are going to be relatively, in my opinion, better performing than the emerging markets going forward, because they can better adapt to climate change. Now, in terms of how we overcome climate change, well, I think Europe's approach, I'm an economist, so I like carbon pricing. I think it's a much more effective way of addressing it. And I think Europe will reach its 2030, 2040, 2050 goals. It will cost us probably the majority of energy-intensive industries and other things. But, that's a political choice. It's not Putin's fault, by the way. It's a political choice from carbon pricing. But ultimately, this is about technology. And there I'm actually also quite optimistic. because there are two technological trends that are really giving us hope. It's the cost declines of batteries and the cost declines of solar panels, the efficiency of solar panels. The combination of those two, because unlike offshore wind and all these types of things, which can only really be applied in certain parts of the world, solar plus storage is a globally applicable technology for decarbonization. And prices are dropping like a rock at the moment. Largely, not entirely, but also a lot of that has to do with Chinese subsidies, etc. Just incidentally, by the way, if you think the IRA will save the US domestic solar panel industry, you are wrong. Even with the subsidies of the IRA, there is no way you will compete against China, the Chinese solar panel producers. But ultimately, globally, and also it's going to be driven by technology. And then there will be a lot of AI stuff that we'll collaborate about. This is what's going to save it. But as I said, relatively, we're rich, we're better off than the rest of the world, and we do have some technologies that are pointing in the right direction.
Thank you. Mr. John Macháček. No, I can say it right. John Macháček. Macháček. Yes.
I didn't expect it, but I would certainly be a little bit more skeptical as far as that everything can be arranged via solar panels and batteries, because we in Europe are absolutely, we know that we really need some sources of energy, especially in this country when the wind is not blowing and the sun is not shining, and we know the price and the amount of time you need to invest into nuclear power plants, which are necessary here, and it's for decades. It's very expensive, or if it's very expensive to operate gas energy sources. Even though you can build them basically in 4 or 5 years, but you need these stable capacities, because we are not in North Sea in Germany, and we are not in Spain or Morocco where the sun is constantly shining. So it's quite complicated in here. It's more, I am afraid, more complicated than you think. But
no, thank you. Now this panel turned to a debate, so I think like Jacob wants to also comment on that.
Just very quickly on that point. Like, I agree that if we start in the quote-unquote old paradigm of variable rate renewable power load and stable base load. Stable base load comes typically from nuclear, coal, natural gas-fired large power plants. And yes, it's true, that takes time and we need that. And historically, variable rate, renewable from wind, solar, etc., you know, it only when the sun shines, not in the evening, only when the wind blows, not, you know, that's true. But that's why battery storage matters. And again, I will just tell you, because what batteries does is that it negates the difference between baseload and renewables. And if battery prices keep falling the way that they do, I'm not necessarily ideologically opposed to nuclear power, not at all. I'm just saying, as an economist, it's a shitty investment. It's too expensive, and there's no way you can compete on cost with solar or wind, for that matter, plus cheap batteries. You simply won't be able to compete over the time horizon that you describe, which is it takes 5-10 years to build a nuclear power plant, etc. Doesn't mean that it was smart of Germany to phase out the ones they had. That's a separate issue. But the cost curves simply won't matter. And when there is no distinction between base and variable load, it's a different ballgame.
Well, now we're approaching towards the end of our discussion, and then I move to answer some of the audience questions, which are more political, and that will be also very interesting. But I want to perhaps gear the conversation towards maybe now to a macro picture of multilateralism and trade, and because much of these technologies and the inputs that we need to develop these technologies are in other parts of the world and not necessarily in Europe, and we need stronger, resilient to say a political term, a very catchy. We have to yet to discover what does resilient and risky means. But there is to a certain extent that, well, we need some institutional framework to get access to those materials, to R&D, and to human capital. But we have some initiatives in place within the transatlantic economy, such as the Trade Technology Council, that were conceived to find common grounds and standards, but they are also being criticized for a lack of results and concrete results of which I think they are meeting next month, but I wonder if these are the right instruments. We have tried with other multilateral frameworks, such as TTIP, and we know why it failed. So I wonder if is this a microscale problem that we have different perspectives on regulations and what we have discussed, or is it something more about the forest than the tree? And that we have different visions on how the future should look like on the global economy, multilateralism, and the type of institutions we should govern trade relations, investment relations. And one clear example is what I know the future of it. In every panel, we have to touch what the future of the WTO would look like. And I don't know, what's your perspective on that? Or if anyone wants to comment on that, I will appreciate. I don't know if you think to what extent the EU's vision is compatible to the US, and maybe to link that with a question from the audience, from Daniel again. What significance does a potential election loss of Biden will have for EU and US cooperation? Many issues, but it's very open, so everyone can comment on what they feel. Yeah, do you want to go?
I can talk about it.
Please. Yeah, of course.
So
yeah.
the political question should
I think your mic is not working.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There.
So the political question should be answered by Cameron. Yeah. I'm plugging your panel. Okay. Politically, if President Trump wins, and remember that all the polls now are within the margin of error, right? So there's no certainty that either of the candidates is going to win. The politics is one thing. The business relationship is not going to change. Yeah, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but there's a commitment from companies here and companies in the U.S. that the #1 issue now is climate change, and we need to change the technologies. We need to change the technologies that we sell. We need to change the technologies with which we produce the things that we sell. And as long as that remains the priority, and to be honest, business is looking at politics in both countries and saying, wake up, stop talking about the second, third, fourth, fifth priorities. It's getting these sustainable technologies, because if we don't want huge economic disruption, then we have to get technology soon. And we've been saying that to the Czech government, and I'll talk a little bit out of school, and they're telling us, don't worry, we're coming up with a plan, and in 3 or 4 years we'll have institutions in place. And our answer is, well, in 3 or 4 years we'll have made the investments, yeah, and they won't be here, right? Because right now is when companies need to make the investments, because technological development takes 4, 5, 10 years. You have to fail a lot before you succeed, and so it's happening. And if any of you, if there's one message I would like you guys to hear from me today is climate change is #1, and every other part of the U.S.-EU relationship should be subordinate to developing the technologies we need to address climate change.
We have a question from the audience, and it's connected. And before going to World War II, I will leave that to the end, because we're again touching on climate change as a major source of major concern. So we have. I'm sorry, I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. Barre, Seguin, close. Trump has stated, if elected, he will direct industry to drill. How will this affect Jacob's text to competitive distortion on climate change? That's one question. And do you think that this is also by Daniel Tlad? Do you think that choosing electric cars is the right direction? And what's the alternative? The audience is also being provocative.
Well, first of all, drill is a slogan. It's meaningless. It's nonsense. The United States today is, by a significant margin, the largest producer of fossil fuels in the world. It was drilled. It's already done. And can you do things to incentivize further expansion of this? Only in one way, and that's by further productivity increases in the shale sector, which, quite frankly, Mr. Trump or anybody else have very little impact over. So I would totally ignore that, but you have to think of this as the United States as the biggest fossil fuel producer in the world. It's already the case. So, you know, is EVs? Yeah, of course, EVs are part of the. We need to fully electrify our economy. That means transportation. It means heavy industry. It means across the board. So EVs is clearly part of that. But just on your point about the WTO, look, the WTO is finished. It's not finished. It's irrelevant going forward. And by the way, it's not the fault of the US or Europe. It's overwhelmingly the fault of India and other developing countries. So, you know, I would say talk about something else. But on this issue of resilience and critical minerals, look, there was no critical minerals agreement between Europe and the United States late last year at the TTC, and I don't think there will be. But I actually don't think it matters very much either. Because the reality is that, again, the United States have chosen an ideological disengagement also on critical minerals from China. I think it's a mistake, but that's a separate issue. The question is, what should Europe do about this, right? Critical minerals, we hear a lot about this stuff. Oh, we should avoid a dependency on China the way we have just gone through the fossil fuel dependency on Russia. That is total, utter nonsense, for the simple reason that fossil fuels are consumed in the process of using it, right? Critical minerals are critical because they bestow certain characteristics on the products they're part of, right? What that means is, one, they can be recycled, not 100%, but largely. So if we want to address this issue in the long run, we need to recycle critical minerals. More importantly also, they can be substituted. I give you one example. Cobalt. Go back a couple of years, everybody was flipping out about the price of cobalt. Why? Because we thought that cobalt was going to be used in all the electric vehicles in the world, in the batteries, and most of the world's cobalt is mined in the Katanga province of the Congos by Chinese state-owned enterprises. Well, guess what? The price of cobalt has fallen by 2/3 in the last 18 months. Why? Because we have figured out how to make car batteries without cobalt. It's called competitive substitution. So what we need to do is we need to invest a lot of money in basic materials research to maximize that. All innovation is uncertain, but we need innovation to overcome this issue. Then finally, why don't we incentivize companies to have a certain stockpile of this? We do it in fossil fuels. We have to have 90 days of net imports on fossil fuels, oil and gas, etc., as members of the IEA. We've done it for years. We can just tell a company, look, this is whatever it is, you know, strontium, palladium, or whatever it is. We tell the company, if you keep 90 days of production is your, at the firm level, as a stockpile, we'll give you a tax cut or a tax break or whatever it is. And then we can do it if China decides to weaponize these things, if they do So those are the policies that we need. I would argue that we need to address resilience, not cutting ourselves off from the cheapest supply of these things, which is China.
Go ahead quickly
So I'll be very quick. So the U.S. is a big place with lots of power centers. So if former President Trump is reelected and he wants to drill, he's going to have to be dictator for probably more than one day, right? So I think there'll be a lot of resistance to that. And then if I could make a suggestion on the electric cars, there's a great book called The Making of the Atomic Bomb by Richard Rhodes, which talks about how the U.S. developed the bomb. And what they did was they had no idea how to build an atomic bomb, so they did a lot of things at once, and then they picked the thing that worked, right? And then they put the money in that. And that's sort of what the automobile industry will be. If you talk to people in the automotive industry, they say, well, yeah, electric vehicles are what we got today, so we're going to try to develop it, but there's other things that we think can replace it. So we're going to be spending on a lot of different things, which goes back to we need to have a lot of resources invested in technology, because not all of it's going to be successful, but some of them are.
Thank you. And I want to end the conversation, and I will finish wrapping up this, and then you can answer. I would like to pose a question to you as well. If
can I
yeah,
add
of course,
something to this? Okay, so with drill, it would, if it succeeds, it would also like mean that the prices would go down. So it's not advantageous if he meant like increased investments. That's a little bit different question. But I agree that that he is not, the U.S. is not a dictatorship. But equally important, unlike you, I think, is Trump's attitude towards nuclear, and he has repeatedly refused any subsidies from taxpayers to the nuclear power in the U.S. And the question is there any chance for development of nuclear energy in the U.S. under Donald Trump? So we should also pay attention to this. As far as your belief in batteries, I am a little bit more skeptical about the speed of development of batteries, which can be used for houses, factories, etc. If there is a development, rapid development in this, like that would be certainly amazing. But I'm a little bit skeptical. So,
no, thank you. No, I'm wrapping up the conversation, and to last very short section of future directions on the U.S.-EU transatlantic relation, which is a topic of our panel. And well, I was listening President Biden's speech, State of the Union speech last week, and I don't know if you he began talking about Europe, like that's how he started, and he spoke about Ukraine and importance of, on top of other important topics of the challenges that facing the U.S. and even himself as president. So to me, that's very clear where are his priorities, and well. If you haven't realized from my accent or read the panel, I'm from Mexico and was born and raised there. And we always try to, when it is a State of the Union speech, we always try to see where's the word Mexico, or a hint, preferably a good way, hopefully in a good way. Yeah, perhaps to know now it. Yeah, we're not invited to the party for a reason. But also it goes back a little bit. I think it's also brought in the discussion this morning about NAFTA. You mentioned the transition to USMCA and how, well, there's a Trump agreement, let us say, with cosmetic changes, but one of those cosmetic changes are dispute settlement mechanism that is working and as a substitution of the WTO, and I'm not sure how if this fragmentation could be beneficial for the rest of the world. Well, I have to put that on the table because on a different perspective. But I'm interested in to close our remarks and to end our conversation with our place here today, which is in the Czech Republic, and I'm very interested to understand, like regardless of who sits in the White House, I think you mentioned this. There's a bipartisan consensus that the U.S. will military and political strength will focus towards Asia and the Pacific region, and how will this impact Europe? How should Europe respond to this? And I would like you, Mr. Jan Macháček, I hope I get it right in the last time, to end the conversation, what's the role of Central Europe and how a country like Czech Republic, along other countries in Central Europe, could work together to address their shared security concerns to the rest of the EU countries, and also while maintaining the economic and stability and strong ties with the US.
There are so many questions. So, starting with commenting Mr. Biden's speech, it seemed to me a little bit strange that from American perspective that he started to speak with Ukraine about Ukraine in the State Union speech because from the construction of the speech it seemed to me that he wanted to make it more domestic issues and to compare where dictators and authoritarians the world under authoritarians, where it would lead to warn Americans against Trump, somehow to connect the issue. I would myself like to hear better what are the American strategic interests, that it's not in American strategic interest under any president, under anybody, to give a chance to Russia to be stronger, to be closer to European Union and NATO countries, to dominate in the Black Sea, to control the trade of food production in Ukraine, etc., etc. It's certainly not in American interest. So I would definitely like to hear from American president to explain Americans why it is important to support Ukraine and why it is important to weaken Russia or not to let Russia to dominate. So it seemed to me that it was a little bit, the reason he started to speak with Ukraine was more related to domestic political issues in the US. As far as the role of Europe and Central Europe, I certainly believe that Europe needs to be able to compete with the US in the future like a friendly competitor. It has to develop its capital markets union. It has to develop its financial markets union. It has to be more dynamic as far as the technological companies are concerned, not only in the field of regulation, which I agree to an extent is necessary, but in Europe, unfortunately, it's only regulation. If there are some startups, sooner or later, a lot of them are somehow sold to the US because the US has developed dominant financial and capital markets, with the exception of Spotify, maybe is perhaps the only European technological leader in these new trendy markets. And as far as Central Europe is concerned, I think that we, as the countries which still remember state center planning and communist economies, that's why we are still big supporters of free trade, and we would definitely like to emphasize, instead of going for some very complicated, complex structural trade agreements which are not succeeding anyway, to go for more free trade, simple free trade cooperation, which is probably not going to happen anytime in the near future, but that's our experience, that somehow we a little bit believe more still in free markets than our more Western European partners.
Well, thank you all of you for this amazing conversation, and thanks to the audience for staying us with here, and thanks to I think we covered a lot of topics, and pessimism, optimism revolved here in the table, but I hope that you enjoyed the conversation, and I think we have afterwards something to enjoy more, which is lunch. So, well, it was a pleasure of hosting this panel, and I don't know what else.
It's completely okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for insightful contributions and a great discussion. I think you covered very interesting topics. And now I would like to invite you all to have lunch in the other room, and we will meet here again in around 40 minutes. Sharp. It should be noon, but the panel was a bit later. But it's completely okay. But I will ask you to be here sharp when you hear the signal, because we're going to continue with our second panel discussion. So, help me thank you to our speakers and the moderator for a beautiful panel discussion, and enjoy the lunch over there. Thank you.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko, a tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o tom, o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takže to součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
já myslím, že to je důležitá konference. Já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré a zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům. A máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani je neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá i naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na té dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i efektivně jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená, se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of transatlantic partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po 5., avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu, a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Pro Českou republiku je samozřejmě členství Evropské unii a v NATO zásadní. Není vůbec na místě debata, že bychom tyto aliance opouštěli a naopak musíme být aktivnější a musíme přispět tomu, aby Evropa byla úspěšná.
Bezpečnostní hrozby a výzvy dnešního světa jsou příliš velké pro zemi naší velikosti a naší síly. Zajistit bezpečnost, prosperitu, stabilitu můžeme jedině tehdy, když budeme ve spojení se zeměmi, které sdílejí stejné hodnoty jako my, tedy se zeměmi demokratického světa.
For the Czech Republic, the transatlantic relationship has been indispensable to our security and defense.
Digitalizace jako motor 21. století byla pro Českou republiku důležitá vždycky. Ale ta krize na Ukrajině i předchozí covidová krize nejen pro Českou republiku, ale pro státy Evropy ukázalo, jak je důležité propojovat systémy, umožnit lidem přístup třeba ke službám e-governmentu a ta digitální transformace stejně jako environmentální je velkou výzvou v Národním plánu obnovy.
The digital Czech Republic is clearly on the move, and it's great to be here at the conference. In that regard, here is fantastic.
Dnešní konference je Digitální Česko a ta diskuze, kterou jsme tady mohli mít odbornou, je důležitá, zejména v této době, kdy opravdu na bezpečnosti a obraně záleží.
Budoucnost České republiky se bude odvíjet od toho, jak Česko projde digitální transformaci. Máme super úspěšné firmy v téhle oblasti.
Pro Česko digitalizace je téměř jediná budoucnost, jak se dostat k vyšší přidané hodnotě, k vyšší konkurenceschopnosti na světových trzích a na konci dne i k vyšším reálným mzdám a k vyšší životní úrovni a vyššímu blahobytu v naší zemi.
Digitalizace můžeme benefitovat všichni a to velmi jednoduše. Ušetříme čas, kterého má každý čím dál tím míň, tím, že vlastně se stát k nám bude chovat tak, že bude nám dávat předvyplněné formuláře, bude nám dávat schvalovat jenom věci a podobně, tak to bude pro nás velmi, velmi jednoduché, či už vyplnění daňového přiznání, anebo prostě vyřízení veškerých agent, které se státem děláme.
You know, the world is weird sometimes, and I think in this particular case, Russia and China are primary adversaries in ensuring that the world comes out in a better, stronger, democratic place, have focused us again, made us remember what we're really about, and so I'm actually pretty optimistic about the future of the alliance.
We will come out of this very bad crisis, very unfortunate war. We will come out stronger. I think we will come out bigger, not only in strength, but also in number-wise, with more countries.
I think the future of transatlantic relationship will now be fully defined by the challenges that are ahead of us on both sides of Atlantic, especially due to the war in Ukraine, but also economic and energy crisis.
We will have to set up a strong alliance that will include in itself
security, energy security, economic security, and a better way for interaction and prosperity for everybody who thinks of themselves as democratic countries.
I believe that the future of transatlantic partnership goes through better governance models, maybe, why not, even institutionalizing transatlantic relations.
Konference Digitální Česko je z mého pohledu hlavní setkání všech těch, kteří mají co k digitalizaci říct každý rok. Já jsem moc rád, že tady u toho mohu být a zejména v současné době, kdy jsme na prahu naprosto zásadních změn spojených právě se zaváděním umělé inteligence.
Já si myslím, že pokud máme být digitální transformaci úspěšný, tak je to vždycky o spolupráci mezinárodní, ale i v tom domácím prostředí mezi biznesem, vládou, institucemi, neziskem, politickými stranami.
At Microsoft, we have a mission, which is to empower everyone on the planet to do more. And we are at a precipice in history. We have the ability now for technology to help people do more. And AI is going to revolutionize the way that people are able to function, are able to do their business, do their work.
Yes, it was a great conference and I'm really pleased to be here. I think it's so important that all these stakeholders meet and that we exchange ideas and perspectives and start even more, particularly public-private partnerships and collaboration coming out of this great conference in Prague.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you here in Palác Arab.
So thank you for the invitation. It's a great conference and transatlantic relationships, they are extremely important. And I'm sure that it's the right time now to start discussion, to discuss the new threats, but at the same time new opportunities and maybe re-evaluate old values.
I was part of a very interesting panel discussions on trade, on the IRA, on risks of subsidy competition, I would call it, but also more broadly geoeconomics, geopolitics. And I think the relations EU-US are very strong, can always be further deepened, particularly if you look at all the challenges we face today.
Conference has been great. All the right questions are on the table. And the meeting couldn't take place at a more important moment. The war in Ukraine continues. Debate on both sides of the Atlantic has opened up about what the next steps are, how to make sure that Ukraine gets the assistance that it needs.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, tak je to součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Já myslím, že to je důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré a zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům. A máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun, krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani je neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá i naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na té dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i efektivně jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená, se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of transatlantic partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po 5., avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte u 6. ročníku konference Digitální Česko.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my
Jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, že pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
So if I may just slowly go back to the main room, please. Thank you.
Pro Českou republiku je samozřejmě členství Evropské unii a v NATO zásadní. Není vůbec na místě debata, že bychom tyto aliance opouštěli a naopak musíme být v nich aktivnější a musíme přispět tomu, aby Evropa byla úspěšná.
Bezpečnostní hrozby a výzvy dnešního světa jsou příliš velké pro zemi naší velikosti a naší síly. Zajistit bezpečnost, prosperitu, stabilitu a můžeme jedině tehdy, když budeme ve spojení se zemí.
We can move to our second half of today's program, which we will kick off with the second panel discussion. Perfect. So I'm gonna be introducing each of the guests one by one, but oh, you're really organized. Perfect. Very well. So I would just like to mention that the name of the panel, of the second panel, is EU-US Political Relations 2024 as a stress test for the Western world and the future of liberal democracy. At the beginning, I would like to mention that this panel is being organized in cooperation with the European Liberal Forum. And right now, please let me welcome our speakers here. Originally, if you're familiar with the program, there was supposed to be one more speaker attending today, but I would like to excuse him because of his health incapacities. Perfect, very well. So in that case, let's move on. And our first speaker here is Nuri Turkel, a senior legal fellow at the Notre Dame Law School Religious Liberty Initiative and a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Welcome, sir. The second speaker is Charles Burton, a senior fellow at the MacDonald Laurier Institute. Good afternoon to you as well. Our third speaker is Scott Eastman, a super forecaster and a geopolitical analyst at the Good Judgment Incorporated. Good afternoon. And our last speaker is Marcin Jerdzewski, the head of Taiwan office of the European Values Center for Security Policy. And I cannot forget, and I would like to also mention and welcome here the moderator of this panel, Dorka Takachi, a research fellow at the Center for Euro-Atlantic Integration and Democracy. Good afternoon to you too. So I hope that you are all seated, and I wish you a great panel discussion here. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to greet you all at this lovely panel organized by the European Liberal Forum in cooperation with the Institute for Politics and Society and other partners, namely the Friedrich Neumann Foundation, the Liberté, and the Republikan Institute. And to set the stage, I would like to ask each and every panelist of ours to set certain opening statements. And before that, one short service announcement. I would like to encourage you to use the Slido app to submit your questions, because I'm going to keep an eye on this lovely machine and we will find time for your questions too, so please feel free to use it. And I think probably we should go in that order, if that's fine with you, so please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be back in Prague. I was here last December for the Religious Freedom Ministerial hosted by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I'm so happy to be with my esteemed colleagues here, specifically Charles, we just met with Scott. China is relentlessly pursuing a technological primacy, engaging in economic, diplomatic coercion, transnational repression, and propping up dictators in undermining human rights and democratic norms around the world. In 2024 and beyond, China will continue to play a significant role in the dynamics of US-EU relations, specifically in the political economic spheres. So how does this fit in a broader aspect and its contribution to the stress test for the Western world and the future of liberal democracies? Some of the previous speakers mentioned some of the key issues, specifically climate change and economic issues. Here, I'd like to just focus on three things. One, economic competition and how it's going to affect the EU-US relationship. And the second is the technological aspect. And then third is the human rights and democracy aspect. So China's economic expansion and growing influence in the global trade and investment pose challenges to both the US and the United States. Issues such as market access, intellectual property rights, fair trade practices are the areas of contention between the Western liberal democracies and PRC. The one key thing is the de-risking. Actually, China is decoupling, and we still use this term, de-risking, to reduce dependency, but it's already showing signs of turning it into a smokescreen. This is truly alarming. For democracies that woke up to the dangers of economic dependency on authoritarian dictators such as Putin in Russia, after the invasion of Ukraine, it must be very clear that what might happen if we become economically dependent, continue to be economic dependent on China, would be a cakewalk. Only European economies are deeply affected, and it was confined mainly to energy. But when it comes to China, it's a critical supply. We're talking about EV batteries, solar panels, and PPEs. Just think of PPE during the pandemic. As of 2020, China's accounted for 86% of the raw materials for key antibiotics globally. That does not count the ventilators and PPEs that we use in the hospitals in their daily lives to save lives. So the lure of access to Chinese market has resulted in the capture of big businesses as a lobbyist for the appeasement of PRC. This is a kind of a common approach in Washington where I live. And the other thing is the technological competition. China's advancement in technology, particularly in the areas of telecommunication, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, have raised the concerns in both EU and the United States that is related to national security, privacy, and technological sovereignty. China is marching to dominate the production of choke-bone technology. It will increase R&D spending by 7% annually in the next 5 years. A collection of data is another big concern that really concerns both the United States and Europe. Since 2013, Beijing has become the world's most powerful data broker by walling Chinese data off from the world while buying and stealing other countries' data. New laws, as you may have following the news, require all firms operating in China to store their data locally and grant full access and control to the CCP, Chinese Communist Party. And at the same time, China is sucking up data from abroad by hacking multinational corporations, databases, and buying foreign companies. Just Wednesday, as you may have seen in the news, with overwhelming bipartisan support, 353 to 64, the United States House of Representatives passed a bill which could ban TikTok in the country if its owner, ByteDance, doesn't sell the app to an entity satisfies the U.S. government. In a capital market where Republicans, in the capital, U.S. capital, where Republicans and Democrats agree very little on anything, literally, it was overwhelming to see that Congress voted with such an overwhelming support of this important piece of legislation. And China's effort to harness data, a part of a broader push for primacy in artificial intelligence. They wanted to be leader in by 2030. By some measures, China is already a leader in AI. Today, 75 countries, just to give you an idea, uses AI. Of those, 60 linked to Chinese technology and 50 of them using Huawei technology. They also wiring the world. They have installed telecommunications equipments. Today, China is the world's largest telecommunications provider. It has become the landing port and supplier for 12% of the world's submarine cables, which carry 95% of the international data. And Huawei claims to have cloud computing contracts with 140 countries around the world. This also may create potential friction. Actually, this is an ongoing disagreements between the United States and EU. And lastly, the human rights and democracy. China's human rights records, including treatment of ethnic minorities, including my own, who have been subject to genocide in the last 6-7 years, suppression of dissidents, erosion of democratic freedoms in what we've seen in Hong Kong, is a point of contention between EU and the United States. There are policy differences. There are even the way that we see in the United States those issues are different than most European countries have seen. For example, in the case of Uyghur genocide, there are 153 state parties to the Genocide Convention. Only 10 countries, few in Europe, plus the United States, Taiwan, have recognized the atrocities committed against the Uyghurs as a genocide. For the most part, the rest of the world is still not fulfilling their treaty obligations. And here in the human rights and democracy aspect, the digital surveillance that the China have developed, refined, and now exporting around the world should be treated with the utmost concern. As of last year, 80 countries have already either adopted, imported Chinese surveillance technologies. As a result of the ongoing Uyghur genocide, the United States added pretty much every Chinese high-tech firms to the entity list designation, and that there's a reason for doing that. And I will also note that the digital authoritarianism has become a very important tool to the countries ruled by dictatorship or by authoritarian regime. Instead of beefing up their police force, they're looking to Beijing to import surveillance technology. For example, ZTE brags about the fact that they have this street light that can detect protests in the street. And we have a number of cases that I can get into it as we go along with the conversation today. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm from Canada. It's a large, world's second largest landmass located directly north of the United States of America. In 1969, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau traveled to Washington to meet with President Richard Nixon. And he said to Mr. Nixon, "Living next to you is in some ways like sleeping with an elephant. No matter how friendly and even-tempered is the beast, one is affected by every twitch and grunt." You know, today we're facing this situation of the possible Trump presidency and Canada's integration into the U.S. economy and our reliance on the United States for defense of our massive landmass up in the north and to the Pacific coast and to the Atlantic coast is now in question. And so I'm particularly happy to be invited to this conference about Europe, because if China's a near Arctic country, then maybe Canada should be a near European country. You know, we are like-minded allies, and under the new circumstances of American isolationism and the threat of China, I think it's important that maybe Canada try and somehow, if we can't join the European Union, at least establish some kind of common understandings, and that goes for Australia and New Zealand as well. If elected this fall, Trump's plan to make America great again and reindustrialize the United States involves a 10% tariff on all imported goods. Now, right now, Canada has a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, and we receive a lot of exemptions from these kind of Buy America or Inflation Reduction Plan provisions. Under Mr. Trump, presumably we will be subject to the 10% tariff, and we won't be getting those, you know, Canada's really like part of the United States exemptions. And as an export economy with 75% of Canadian exports destined for the United States, the consequences of imposing such a tariff and rendering Canadian commodities non-competitive in the U.S. market and the withdrawal of privileged access to U.S. government procurement could involve unemployment for hundreds of thousands of households, severely weakened stock markets, including devastating devaluation of nest eggs for seniors, and inflamed social tensions, which then could lead to a populist right-wing movement gaining significant strength in Canada. So, I mean, the theme of this conference and the upcoming situation in Canada is quite comparable, and it might be even more so in Canada than in Europe, which has other buffers. The other thing is American disengagement goes beyond economic. For Canada, the specter of a Trump 2.0 administration demolishes our naive assumptions that Canada's security is somehow assured by living next door to its longtime ally, the global hegemon superpower. This is especially as China has declared itself a near-Arctic state in 2018. With global warming more and more opening up Arctic waters, possibilities for shipping routes and access to mineral resources, including critical minerals in the northern part of North America, becomes more and more feasible. Trump's stated plan is to withdraw U.S. forces from NATO and make the nuclear aspect, the remaining controlling aspect of U.S. regulation of NATO, because Trump wants to focus defense efforts on China. Nullifying the world's most important alliance, which is NATO, would be an existential threat for not just many democracies, but the rules-based international order that all of us in the West assume as natural as gravity. If Trump 2.0 sows uncertainty among Canada and the European allies, worried about Washington's indifference to alliances and Washington's lack of passion for protecting the critical mass of democracy, one could see China quickly exploiting this period of confusion to splinter democratic coalitions and accelerate its own realignment of the world order, helping Beijing eclipse Washington and become the undisputed superpower. It's not difficult to connect the dots. The Trumpian strain of US unilateralism would obviously serve Chinese and Russian interests, as it destabilizes the authority of the UN, the WTO, and other multinational institutions based on liberal democratic justice and sovereignty. Trump's post that he could end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours obviously means ceding major territory to Russia, making Vladimir Putin the victor. Regarding Taiwan, Trump may follow the Heritage Foundation's framework that, and I quote, "As George Washington warned 2 centuries ago, we must be on guard against being drawn into conflicts that do not justify great loss of American treasure or significant shedding of American blood." Beijing knows that Trump is a transitional wheeler-dealer who makes decisions based on self-interest and his own notions of risk. As China's spokesman on Taiwan issues recently put it, and I quote, "The U.S. will always pursue America first, and Taiwan may change from a chess piece to a discarded chess piece at any time." Let me conclude by noting that if the U.S. abruptly lurches away from Western alliances and stability, our nations will need to take full responsibility for our country's own interests, seriously reinvesting in national defense and security and working with like-minded Western nations, including Canada and Australia and the Indo-Pacific partners, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, to broaden those trade and military alliances to meet the devastating challenges of emerging Russia, China, and Iran. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Eastman, and I come here from wearing different hats. So, in one sense, you're my neighbor, larger brother. They're a larger country than us. And at the same time, I've been living in Romania for over 17 years, and so I have some concept of Central Europe from on the ground perspective, from family born here, and my wife being Romanian. And so one of the things that going into this conference that I've thought about is, authoritarianism versus democracy or Western liberalism, whatever you want to call it. And, basically, a lot of things about Western democracy seem broken. We have all sorts of problems. But there's an election coming up in Russia, and none of us are talking about, wow, what are going to be the results of the election in Russia? It's preordained. It's not an election. And in the U.S., despite whatever issues we have, in Europe, despite whatever issues raising alt-right parties, fortunately at this stage, we're still in a point where we can all sit around here, talk, have different views, and also be from different countries, different ethnic groups, and there are challenges with that, but we're able to muddle through it with I would say minimal damage, and that also is obviously it's helping the economy, but it's also helping individuals. And one of the thoughts that I had, so before coming here, I didn't actually know Nuri until just a few minutes ago. I finally met him, but I read his book, which I would really highly recommend, and it's about the Uyghur people. But it's not just, so his book is about his life experience, his people, what they're going through, but it's also makes you think about other groups, whether it's people who are dissidents in Russia, which is not based on how they're born, it's not based on their ethnicity, but simply you oppose somebody, you end up in a camp, dead, whatever. You don't have another choice, or whether it's just some Europeans who don't like people coming to Europe who are not looking like them, acting like them, whether it's Americans who don't like people coming from Mexico or from the rest of Central and South America, even though our economy is very heavily dependent and benefit from them. How we can basically stay strong economically, because I think as long as we are strong economically, it's easier to embrace differences. It's easier to say, okay, I'm happy that there's more food variety, more friends with interesting stories, than if somebody's unemployed or underemployed and thinking, my God, why, it's the downsides to my life, I'm going to blame them on somebody else. So, part of this is how do we keep Europe, U.S. strong economically? How do we keep institutions in a way that works? How do we make resilience regardless of who's going to win the election? So I work actually in forecasting and analysis, which I'm supposed to be particularly good at, but I'm particularly bad at predicting U.S. presidential elections. So I got Trump right 1 out of 2 times. I got it wrong in 2016, right in 2020 that he would lose. But we think that he probably will lose, but it's still sort of 60-40. Well, that's not enough of a difference to have confidence to say we don't need a plan for what a potential Trump presidency will be. And I would not look at a potential next Trump presidency as a repeat of the first one, because I think there will be many fewer guardrails in place if he is president. But there's still, probably our most extreme views won't happen. But yeah, it's a really hard one to predict, and we're about 233 days out right now from the election. And at this stage, historically, we're not very accurate at knowing what's going to happen. And so we're at a stage where, obviously, I think everyone is in universal agreement. It makes sense to plan for whatever eventuality will come.
Thank you. I think that we are finding ourselves in a very interesting time when it comes to discussing transatlantic relations, because despite the focus of the title of this panel on the relationship between Europe and North America, there is this consistent theme of China in our opening statements, and I will continue with this theme as well, being a European scholar based in Taiwan. I believe that the alignment or the problem of lack thereof of transatlantic policy on China will be an issue that will be a hot potato inherited by the new European Parliament and the European Commission following our elections in May of this year, and then of course for the new presidential administration in the United States. I believe that the conversation on fostering alignment, transatlantic alignment on engaging China and Taiwan is a priority that has been made known very clearly to policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic. However, in 3 main domains, when it comes to economic engagements with China, security engagements with China, and also multilateral fora that can uphold and perpetuate the international liberal order, there is a disagreement on not only the ends of our cooperation on engaging China and Taiwan, but there's also a disagreement on means how to achieve that. So starting with the economic domain, countries in Europe and in North America have divergent interpretations when it comes to their priorities for de-risking. The approach assumed by the United States appears to be much more assertive. So the US prioritizes maintaining leadership in key technologies, while European countries want to focus on diversifying their economic relations with China and also maintaining strong commercial relations. Among the European Union member states, there are some economies which are quite unique when it comes to the pattern of their economic engagements with China. If you look at balance sheets of countries such as Germany or Ireland, they're some of the very few in the world who actually maintain a positive trade balance with China, which is also a source of this divergence. There is also a difference of pace and urgency perceived in Washington, Brussels, and capitals of EU27 when it comes to de-risking, with the US wanting to move at a faster pace than the EU. In the security domain, there is a consensus across the Atlantic that it is imperative to maintain stability in the Indo-Pacific region against Beijing's attempts to overturn it. At the same time, in contrast to the dominant role of the United States in the Indo-Pacific theater, the security presence of European powers, including maritime powers, is much more limited. And also the desire to increase this presence is much more limited, despite the fact that, for example, France has its own citizens on the ground in the Pacific region. And then lastly, on multilateral systems and global norms, there is agreement, there is convergence on the general direction of action that should be pursued, but there is divergence on a concrete trajectory of action. So recent years have seen a more cohesive G7 and a conversation about potentially expanding G7 to G7+. However, transatlantic partners have done much less than China in engaging the global south to provide them with an updated vision of global governance. And when it comes to the security dimension that I shed some light on, I think that no other policy document than the strategic compass of the European Union exemplifies this divergence and also shows us that the new pivot to the east that we can see within NATO structures is still a primarily US-driven project. Developed over 18 months, quite quickly, the strategic compass that was announced by the European Union in May 2022 has been a manifestation of a newfound resolve within the European Union to strengthen cooperation between the 27 member states on security and defense amid Russian invasion in Ukraine, the arguably largest kinetic conflict on the European continent since the World War II. As the Moscow-Beijing axis of authoritarianism consolidates, conflicts and military buildups and aggressions, sources of instability will also continue to increase. Therefore, it is striking that the perception of China threat by the European Union as it crafts its common security and defense policy couldn't be more different. While the strategic compass specifically draws attention to Moscow's inroads in the Eastern Mediterranean and Sub-Saharan Africa, and explicitly criticizes those efforts as opportunistic, the language describing China's behavior is much more vague, much more implicit, and overall very cautious, perpetuating the conflicting rhetoric that the EU has about its engagements with China, simultaneously conceptualizing Beijing as a partner, competitor, and strategic rival. The compass highlights the challenge of asymmetry in market access, an issue that was most recently brought up very prominently at the EU-China summit in Beijing in December of last year, but simultaneously calls for more cooperation in areas of mutual concern, such as the climate crisis. Again, drawing comparisons to the treatment of Russia in the document, the compass fails to address China's growing footprint in Africa and Southeast Asia, as well as its crackdown in Hong Kong and intimidation of Taiwan. Additionally, although, quote, increasingly assertive regional behavior in the Indo-Pacific is named as one of the challenges for the EU, it is not specifically ascribed to any particular actor. I believe that when it comes to fostering closer transatlantic unity on China and Taiwan, one of the largest challenges that we will continue to see, irrespective of the outcomes of the elections in the United States, is that this unity that we are currently seeing in Europe. The policy making for common security and defense policy and also common foreign and security policy is driven by the principle of consensus, and therefore many decisions require complete unanimity before translating into policy action. This allows rogue member states or those that have strong economic interests and which they prioritize over the normative power nature of the European Union to derail efforts for the bloc to become more assertive in addressing challenges in the Pacific. Therefore, I believe that the renewed conversation in the von der Leyen Commission about shifting the process of decision-making in common foreign and security policy and common security and defense policy from unanimity to qualified majority voting would be a step in the right direction to consolidate the vote of EU27 and specifically in the context of our relations with China, establish an EU27+1 model which would directly counter divide and conquer efforts that the PRC has pursued on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these insights. And let me ask something provocative. No matter where we are and no matter which elections we are talking about, it's quite common to tell before every election that now there is more at stake than ever. The stakes are higher than ever. Is it the case now? I mean, having elections at both sides of the pond this year, being in such an election-heavy year, is it true now that the stakes are higher than ever? We have more to lose now than ever? What is your assessment? Aren't we just over-dramatic?
The answer to that question is no. We're not over-dramatic. You know, the rise of extreme rightist forces who don't accept the institutional basis of multilateral institutions that preserve prosperity and stability is frightening, and their reluctance to abide by the domestic democratic institutions, you know, separation of judiciary, legislative and executive branches is also frightening. So, you know, it's not just, of course, the statements by Mr. Trump, but the rising tendency of these populist dictators coming through elections now. I mean, you know, when Pierre Trudeau visited Richard Nixon, we all thought that Richard Nixon was a terrible figure on the international stage, or we didn't like George Bush the second. It's, you know, we thought he was a highly disruptive force. I mean, those people are just bad weather. I mean, Trump is climate change. It's you know, it's a whole different thing. And I think in Europe we do have to have concern about these elections. I mean, in Canada, really, when you look at the three political parties, or well, we have five now, but three parties that are possibly able to assume government, they share essentially the same values in terms of commitment to democracy and social programming. But you know, if we start to get a right-wing figure, that fundamentally changes Canada's self-identity and our role in the world. And so I am sorry to be such a you know, a conspiratorial, overexcited about it, but and also, you know, when you reach my age, people have always said, you know, the world is going to hell. It's things are not as good as they used to be. But I've now reached that stage in life, and there are objectively verifiable reasons to think that it's true. Everything is going to hell.
I agree. So I do think, at least in America, I do see it as a vastly different election. And one of the things that I mentioned, if I want to give any like odd sort of credit to Trump, is before Trump, I always I happened to be Democrat, used to be independent, but Democrat, because I realized you need to kind of pick a party, it helps. And I would always think, oh my God, if the Republican wins, it's going to be terrible. And when I look back on it, it's like, no, it's just sort of like a ship going, and it's going to go a little bit more this way, it's going to go a little bit more that way. I may disagree some with the policies, but we all generally agree with democracy. We agree when you lose the election, you step down. We agree that Congress works a certain way. The court, you know, you have to abide by what the court says. And particularly with January 6th, that's all out the window. And, you know, so until the last election, until the 2020 election, we hadn't seen the attempt to hold on to power after an obvious, undisputed loss. And it's not just, okay, well, we've got this one leader who's running for president again who happens to have these odd views, but that he's supported by, you know, whether it's 30% or 40% enough to win or not, even if it's 30% and he loses, that many people in the country are now at a stage of saying, I don't really care about the rules. I'm going to want my person to win no matter what. That's a big problem to me, and I think should be a big problem, you know, globally. And I also look at things like, for instance, pulling support from Ukraine. Support for Ukraine is generally most of the Congress actually wants to support Ukraine against Russia. Even, I would say, a majority of Republicans do, but it can't get to a vote in the House with the current rules because you need you need the Speaker of the House. So we've got all these sort of archaic rules that make it not possible. So we have this small minority who's essentially derailing something because former President Trump is telling them to, and there are enough people who ascribe to those views. And I don't think they're seeing what are all the knock-on effects to this. And for those of you who are at breakfast, I'm sorry because I'll be repeating some of this, but what happens here, what happens in Ukraine, has effect about nuclear proliferation. Because, for instance, I mean, we have the threat of the potential threat that Putin keeps trying to say, if you cross this red line, that red line, I will use nukes. But we also know that by not responding to Putin, by him, if Russia is allowed to make great progress in Ukraine, to take Ukraine, to be given a sweet deal if Trump follows through on what he says, and we'll resolve this in a day, then that shows that essentially nuclear blackmail has won. If that wins, if you're a country in the region, what gives you sense that we have security without either a nuclear umbrella or this NATO that now is in question? I don't know that Trump will be able to pull out of it. I don't know if he's even going to try. We don't know that yet. He's said he will. He hasn't. Sorry. He has not said that he will pull out of NATO, but he said he doesn't want to support the people who aren't paying the 2%, and he's given all sorts of other statements. And Congress has tried to make it difficult. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but even having that as an option or something we're talking about weakens us, and I would say emboldens China, makes war in Taiwan more likely. So yeah, I would see this as not a standard election in any way.
Thank you. I have been working on a very specific area in my entire career, which is promoting human rights-centered foreign policy for the U.S. government. I do that outside of my legal practice. Now it has become very difficult, specifically globally. So I've been depressed seeing what's happening in the United States, but at the same time we have a track record of American people's ability to self-correct. I've seen it in the last midterm election. We still have free press. We still have courts. We still have a majority of Congress. When it comes to critical issues, you can just ignore the Ukrainian funding, war funding, and the border crisis. It's too political. But on the majority of the issues, I just use an example of TikTok, specifically in China concerns. We still have a decent amount of members of Congress takes the right side of the history. So I'm a little bit more optimistic. 9 months in American politics is a long time. President Trump has a number of significant court cases. We don't know what will happen. We're talking about 94 indictments against him. So we'll see. But I'm more optimistic because of the reasons that I just shared with you.
But Neri, what if Trump loses? Will there be any drama, or will people say, oh, the people have spoken and Mr. Trump should retire back to Mar-a-Lago and we accept and will support the next president? Is that going to happen?
Based on what happened January 6th, is a possibility because he's a large.
Much more drama.
Yeah,
is it possible?
Possible. We've seen it on January 6th. He still has 60 to 70 million Americans supporting him. But at the same time, I have enough depressing things in my life, so I need to keep it a little bit more on the positive side.
One positive about that. One positive is there's over 1,000 people in jail as a result of January 6th. And I think people are going to be a little, well, two things. One, they're going to be a little bit more hesitant knowing there is a consequence to this. But the other thing is, as far as that actual day, the Congress will be a whole lot more guarded than it ever was. But that's different from will there be societal, breakdown, because it doesn't have to be just that one, that one day, that one event.
I think that this question can very easily turn into a conversation about resilience. So the resilience here would mean the ability for a polity to assume a course correction after suffering either an endogenous or exogenous shock to the very foundation of its functioning, which are democratic institutions and processes. To what extent is a polity not only able to bounce back, but precisely assume a course correction to make sure that things don't go astray again in case similar shocks repeat. And I think that in the collective West, on either side of the Atlantic, we have seen a number of such endogenous and exogenous shocks testing our resilience in recent years. Of course, a big one is the COVID-19 pandemic. Then there are social implications of the Russian invasion in Ukraine and migration. The migration issue is not only related to Ukrainian refugees who are trying to find a safe space in either Europe or in North American countries. We have seen that migration is instrumentalized by regional authoritarian powers as a tool of hybrid warfare. So how, as liberal democracies, can we navigate the difficult balance between, on the one hand, safeguarding our national security against hybrid threats while also upholding our human rights principles. And I think that the reason why we have the right to be pessimistic, and I agree with all three fellow panelists that we should be pessimistic and we should recognize the tremendous weight of the upcoming elections in Europe and also in the United States, is precisely because our resilience is very weak. I don't see very strong policy responses to social crises that have emerged as a product of these mainly exogenous shocks that I listed. I think that it is very difficult for policymakers to keep up with the pace of global change. I think that particularly in Europe, we are also seeing the re-emergence of urban-rural divide as an extremely important political cleavage. And here I'm alluding to farmers' protests that we are seeing not only in Brussels, but also in individual member states. And even though you could think that farmers' protests are a very local issue connected to the more pastoral part of the country, I think that there is a very strong geopolitical component as well, also due to the ability of malign authoritarian actors to penetrate those communities. We are seeing this very clearly in the Indo-Pacific region with China's instrumentalization of agricultural trade with Taiwan. We are seeing this in pro-Russian, anti-Ukrainian narratives that emerge during farmers' protests in Europe. I think that we are also doing quite a bad job about connecting civic education with technological growth. And I understand that in geopolitical discussions, we often want to talk about big, shiny, and expensive things like semiconductors. That always comes up whenever Taiwan is mentioned. We want to talk about upgrades of military high-tech. We want to talk about the ability of international institutions of multilateral framework like WTO or NATO to withhold political change. These are tremendously important questions, but I think that at the same time, not instead, but in tandem, we should take a step back and go back to the grassroots and ask ourselves how we can cultivate resilience that is truly an all-of-society resilience. And that requires doing stuff that doesn't often make it to geopolitical panels, which is education, which is civic education, which is media literacy education. I think that particularly when it comes to media literacy education, Europe is falling behind. I don't think that particularly in Central Eastern Europe, we're doing a very good job. So for example, in the EU member state that I'm most familiar with, which is my native Poland, there is one center for critical media literacy education that is run by the government. It's a partnership between the Ministry of Education and the Polish radio. Great that it exists. I'm very glad that it exists in Kielce and not in Warsaw, so that there is this subnational component to it, but there's nothing comprehensive. And I think that in a way, even though Taiwan is not perfect, this all-of-society resilience is one area where Taiwan offers useful lessons to us in the collective West that could be emulated. So one of the policy innovations that promotes this type of all-of-society resilience amid growing authoritarian threats and populist temptations and the rapid pace of technological and societal change are the upgraded curricular guidelines for media literacy education that came out last year. This document was much overdue because previously the government had been working with guidelines from 2002, a very different time without TikTok and Facebook, perhaps a simpler time. But those upgraded guidelines emphasize one thing, that media literacy education is not something that we should be doing only at K through 12 level, not only in primary and secondary educational institutions, but it should fall under the umbrella of all lifelong education process. So we have to be very intersectional in terms of linguistic groups that we incorporate in those processes that are aimed at enhancing our resilience. We have to be intersectional in terms of age to make sure that the elderly can also benefit from those resilience manners that respond to the rapid pace of technological and societal change. So yes, I am pessimistic because we are not resilient.
Do you want to tell something? No. So, since depression was mentioned many times, and so was Ukraine, I would like to merge the two and ask about how do you see the future of American support to Ukraine? So, do you think that there is still hope that the $60 billion aid package can still make it to Ukraine somehow? And also, what do you think about the possibility of giving the frozen Russian assets from the West to Ukraine? Any volunteer?
Okay. Yeah. So I am pessimistic. There is a way, as far as the $60 billion, there is a way to do it. There is a way to work around and skip the Speaker of the House. That may be possible, but I think a very strong case needs to be made to the Republicans who would have to override Trump. And I think the case exists, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So right now I'd be more like below 50%, but I hope I'm wrong. So the next question, the next part was the
Russian frozen assets.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
What should this?
Yeah. Of course, I would love to see that happen. I'm once again skeptical because I think the main fear of that one is that it's going to create a precedent that people are going to say, like what's already happening with SWIFT. You know, that people say, okay, why work within Western banking systems? You know, like everything can be taken. So I think right now the fear is greater of what the damage would be from that than what good would come from it. So,
I mean, I just say that it will be subject to legal challenges.
Yeah.
It will be very hard to actually bring about. I mean, how do you decide which oligarch's yacht is the one that you should seize? And all those oligarchs, when you ask them, they're now saying they really aren't part of that whole Putin thing, and they want to keep their $800 million boat. So I just don't see it as feasible, frankly.
So on Ukraine, I think the Congress will come around on this eventually, but how long it's going to take, no one knows. Some members are beholden to MAGA people, so they're not being able to move forward. But one mistake that former speaker made was that he should have put this on voting first. Even if he ended up losing the job, he could have said, I lost my job in order to save the Ukraine. But it was both miscalculation on the Democratic and the Republican members of Congress. That is a history, but I think the Congress will come around. There's a strong political support, specifically in the policy circle. They're advocating, including the Hudson Institute scholars. On the frozen asset, I think it should be done sooner. But I'm seeing some hopeful sign in the White House that the Deputy National Security Advisor for Economic Affairs, who helped to put together sanctions package, has been returned to the White House to specifically work on this issue. So there's some movement is underway. I believe so, but he needs to coordinate. He's in charge of G7 initially.
So meanwhile, we have received some excellent questions, so I'm going to turn to some of these now. So some of the questions were actually missing from the list of the challengers to the liberal world order, Azerbaijan and North Korea. So what do you think? What kind of a challenge, what kind of a serious challenge do they pose to the liberal world order?
I mean, I mean, North Korea is really a China proxy when you get down to it, and the potential for, there's always the potential that something will go seriously wrong, and they will engage in action which will lead to war, you know, and the reluctance of China to try and bring them into line with the UN sanctions is disturbing. But I think ultimately, you know, from the Chinese point of view, once China's annexed Taiwan, the next step is to reunify the Korean Peninsula under a pro-China regime, and so there's some strategic benefits there. But it's always dangerous. I mean, you know, it just goes on and on and on for years with more and more of these missile tests and more risk, and you wonder eventually if the leader of North Korea will be crazy enough to do something. I guess there was one recent development where they've essentially abandoned the idea of any kind of peaceful reunification, and they've taken down some institutions with regard to trying to bring about a reunification with the South. But it's you know, the world's a dangerous place, and North Korea is one of the dangerous places. But my guess would be the next war will probably be stimulated through the South China Sea or Taiwan, not North Korea directly.
I don't have much to add on Ukraine, but on Azerbaijan, it's much more complicated. It's been ongoing for many years. But on both sides, specifically the Armenian case, they lost a lot of support in the United States because of their cozy relationship with Moscow. And also it has weakened militarily in recent years. The key player in this ongoing conflict is Turkey. So Turkey has been supporting militarily, politically, economically, the Baku. So they may manage to advance, reclaim some of the territories that they lost. But in Washington, a lot of folks, specifically in the human rights community, very concerned about the internal displacement. The Armenians end up leaving. So this problem, I don't think it's going to be resolved anytime soon. This is another conflict that the international community needs to look into to find a kind of a long-lasting solution.
I believe that we can look at North Korea as a potential source of distraction towards parties that could and should be involved in a potential Taiwan contingency. So the threats from the DPRK affect the government in Seoul, and they affect the government in Tokyo. And I believe that escalation of tensions, whether it translates into full-scope kinetic action or still inflammation that remains below the threshold, might divert the attention of the security establishment in Tokyo and in Seoul away from the situation in the Taiwan Strait, potentially providing a window of opportunity for Taiwan. And again, I am trying to be very cautious here, so I'm not saying that an escalation in the Korean Peninsula will necessarily immediately translate into an attempted annexation of Taiwan. I think that there is so much more that China has in its toolbox. There are many activities that also remain under the threshold. There is also potential that the PRC and the PLA would try to emulate the salami slicing strategy that we have seen with Ukraine vis-a-vis Taiwan. So in the outlying islands of Jinmen and Matsu, you have a lot of publics that are more sympathetic to the idea of unification or annexation. Then in the South China Sea, you have disputed islands where an annexation would allow China to have a rhetorical win for its nationalistic domestic audience while keeping its white gloves intact, because the probability of there being civilian casualties in case of an annexation of a South China Sea island is extremely minuscule. So again, escalation in the Korean Peninsula doesn't mean annexation of Taiwan, but resources of the security establishment are always limited. And I worry about North Korea being a distraction, being a diversion. Under President Yoon in Seoul, we have seen a lot of progress in engaging Korean stakeholders on the conversation about the importance of stability in the Taiwan Strait as a regional issue. That is also important for the Republic of Korea. I think Japan has mentally been there for a very long time already, but engaging Korea on conversation about Taiwan has been very difficult. That is slowly changing, but I don't think that this is very sustainable. I don't think that this thinking about Taiwan has really fully permeated the security establishment in Seoul, and therefore North Korea has a role to play to make sure that it doesn't permeate it fully.
What indicators or trends are you closely monitoring? And what do you suggest us to do if we want to see the most important things which are impacting the EU-US relations in the near future? What should we keep our eyes on?
The first thing is the disinformation. FBI director just said a few days ago that disinformation campaign, he was referencing to social media apps, could affect the outcome of the US election. We have seen it in 2016 and seen it in 2020. So being in the situation where China is today, being in a situation where Iran and North Korea and Russia, I would watch how this disinformation campaign that got on a much more sophisticated level in recent years will play out in the EU election, in the US election. The second thing that I need to watch, I've been watching and I ask you to watch out is how Europe handled the critical supply chain, securing critical supply chain. There have been initiatives in the European Parliament. Leading European economies are not endorsing it fully, namely Germany, France, and Italy. We have more than 80 global brands have been implicated in ongoing forced labor practices. If you add the suppliers, we're talking about a massive number of companies implicated. Some of the US companies are adjusting, relocating. Even Apple moved its 10% of its manufacturing over to India. Recently, Volkswagen and some of its luxurious cars stopped at the US port of entry. We talk about thousands of cars believed to be using electronics made with the slave labor. Unless the European Union, our Canadian partners, and others in Asia join the effort, we will not be able to stop the modern-day slavery. It's critically important. It could be considered as a human rights concern, but this will affect long-term economic security, economic health of both the US and Europe. I'd like to see European Union and also on the national level come up with legislative initiatives like we did in the United States, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, that bans the products in part and whole or in whole made in the Uyghur region coming to the United States. Last year, US CBP stopped $4 billion of worth of goods coming to the United States. There have been an interagency task force. So unless we do this globally with our like-minded partners, we will have a long-term critical supply problem in the context of forced labor.
Yeah, I very much agree with Nurian. Obviously, we have to take a serious stand against the Chinese genocide of the Uyghur people and the enabling it through the purchase of the slave labor. I think that for me, I see two basic things to worry about or to be concerned about. And I don't want to be over dramatic here, but certainly the disinformation is very worrying. The Chinese download of massive databases, the use of artificial intelligence and sophisticated algorithms to even do targeted disinformation, highly targeted, automated disinformation that could impact on the results of elections through very sophisticated means is an increasing worry. I was on the international election monitoring for the Taiwan election, and there were indications that even people reading electronic books were individually subject to very subtle forms of disinformation in their social media fields, and that's like a one-person disinformation campaign, not a general disinformation. So this kind of stuff is very hard for someone of my age to fully grasp, but it does seem to be quite horrifying that if we can't actually know what we can believe comes over our computer screens, is it a deep fake or is it a real statement by a politician? The second one, which concerns me, is the statement by the FBI that the United States has a major concern over Chinese prepositioning into critical infrastructure. And so I think we all have to be worried about Chinese investment that gives China access to data and information that would allow China to be ready in case of conflict to turn off the banking system and stop the water and electricity and that kind of thing. Apparently, the Chinese regime thinks in long term and sets things up waiting for the critical moment, and that would be quite horrifying if we found out that there was more and more of it. I mean, the discussion this morning of the electronic vehicles, I mean, talk about an amazing espionage device. The things are full of internet-connected computers showing, what's going on, where people are going, showing places, and providing an enormous database for potential subversion by a hostile power through more modern hybrid war techniques. So, I guess I'm being highly dramatic, but I'm genuinely concerned about a fundamental change in the mode at which we are being challenged by a hostile power that seeks to overthrow the existing global order and replace it with what Mr. Xi refers to as the community of the common destiny of mankind, based on Chinese, Russian, Iranian type international morality, as opposed to the notion of citizenship of individuals and the common equality of sovereign states.
As far as I know, I think they're still going today. They were going yesterday. There's joint naval exercises between China, Russia, Iran off the coast of Oman, where obviously things have not been going well anyway. And as we approach an election, we're still pretty far out to have very much accuracy. But often what happens in the last few months can be pivotal. And so I don't know, like we don't know what's going to happen on the border with Israel, Hezbollah, if that thing's going to flare up. Will there be some other event that we're not, it's kind of on our radar, but we're not paying too much attention to. So those are in my mind, and also just immigration flows, because politicians in general like to use immigration for any and every election, and I would say immigration can be positive, but obviously it's used in a very negative way come election time. And so I don't know whether it's coming from the southern border in the U.S. or people coming to Europe from wherever. That's always something that can get weaponized that I try to follow. And often you can tell a ways in advance, because usually before immigration waves happen, people need to start selling off property to somehow get the money to move. So usually there are some signs. It doesn't happen instantly. It's not just when they're at your border. So those are some of the things. AI, I am concerned about. I work on AI, catastrophic existential risk, as part of my work. And one of the issues to me is how, like, my children are 15 and 17, and with younger age, they're very aware of fakes and all of this and how they can be manipulated. At the same time, they're they don't care at all about spreading everything, all of their information out. And so it's a strange dichotomy. And I also find, like myself, a lot of people, more my age, who are supposed to be trying to figure out what's going on in elections and what's going on. We're not so much looking at the way they're getting their media, how they're receiving information. And so I think we may have some surprises with how that information is going to get to them. And people under 30 can vote, and even looking at something like Instagram or whatever, it's amazing how many people, not just under 30s, but people going up, quite old, are still getting information, not just from watching TV and newspapers. So I think we may be mispredicting quite a few things.
You know, people prefer the fake information to the real information. It's much more titillating. I mean, I remember I read something in the Buffalo Chronicle that Prime Minister Trudeau had been expelled from his teaching job at the Port West Academy because he'd engaged in sexual misconduct with the girls. Then it occurred to me, living next to Buffalo, New York in Niagara, that there is no Buffalo Chronicle. But the idea that, you know, the story was much better than whatever the boring reason was for Mr. Trudeau leaving that job. And I think the taint of the false allegation always exists. And so you think, well, maybe it was true, or you'd prefer to think it's true than the real truth. And I mean, that's really frightening. Those young people that prefer that is frightening.
One more quick anecdote to both the excellent points you made. It's very disturbing that the young generation don't read anymore. And people like to read the headline. That makes us more vulnerable for disinformation and fake news.
By the way, with headlines, this is something I track a lot because often the headlines don't actually follow what the article is. The headline is for selling the story. And it's often not accurate. Even in something like New York Times, you'll see they'll have slight word differences that something may be about to happen as opposed to happening, but it's portrayed as if it happened.
A lot of great points have already been raised, but I can only reiterate the importance of always looking at the EU at two distinct levels of analysis. So we have to look at EU 27 as a bloc, and then we have to look at individual member states. And I think that this is a very important reminder to those who want to monitor developments in transatlantic relations, as you asked, and specifically in EU-US relations. To what extent do we see more anti-American voices emerge in public debates at levels of individual member states? To what extent do we see more alignment and more trust in the United States in other member states? There is, of course, information that we can use to make those predictions. We have public opinion surveys. We can do discourse analysis at the policy-making level, speeches in the parliament and in the plenary at the level of foreign affairs committees, discourse analysis through data mining from social media, and I think that these are all very worthy pursuits. I think that, you know, in my opening remarks, I alluded to the comments that President Macron made about Taiwan following his visit to the People's Republic of China, where he said that we shouldn't become involved in other people's conflicts, and where he said that being an ally to the United States is not being a US vassal. These are signs that there is still a strong sense of anti-Americanism in European foreign policy making. And again, because of the current institutional arrangements in the making of common foreign and security policy and common defense and security policy, unanimity is the rule of the day. And therefore, it is important to monitor which member states might become the so-called rogue member states in transatlantic relations.
As we are slowly running out of time, I would like to ask each of you to summarize your message to our lovely audience in one single sentence. If you had to summarize what you wanted to tell today in one single sentence, what would it be?
Sticking to our values make us stronger. We need to continue to advocate democratic principles, even though in the backdrop of this problems that we've been talking about. And number two, don't let European continent to become a dumping ground for forced labor produced products.
My one sentence is I agree with what Nuri said, but I think we have to remember the basis for why our societies are great and the basis of the institutions that protect citizens and protect democracy. And we have to unite with our like-minded allies to protect the institutions against the assault of hostile autocratic dictatorships.
Yeah, I would just say to be resilient regardless of what happens. So work as a group as much as possible, as a broad group, transatlantic, but also be prepared to work more regionally as needed.
Resilience is key. Authoritarian regimes are incredibly skilled at exploiting vulnerabilities of democratic processes and institutions, and particularly with the rapid pace of societal and technological change, there will be more windows of opportunity for rogue regimes such as the PRC to do so. Therefore, resilience is key.
Thank you very much for your attention, and please join me in a round of applause to our lovely audience.
Perfect. So I would also like to thank our speakers and also our moderator for this lovely discussion that has touched on some very important and pressing issues. So thank you, all of you again. And before we move to the last part of our program today, I would like to invite all of you to a short coffee break. It's going to happen in the back part of the venue again. There is some very delicious food prepared for you, especially the ones with a sweet tooth. And we will meet here again in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Well, it's very nice to be here for the second time already, and I'm very thankful for the Institute of Policy and Society to organize this conference. And also I like it very much that the Czech politicians take it very seriously that digitalization should move the country forward. Our experience in Estonia is just like that, and we believe that digitalization is not only the future, but it is and should be also the present day.
Je to hodně zajímavá konference Digitální Česko, 4. ročník, a vlastně jak její název napovídá, tak vlastně my se snažíme o úplně to samé, to znamená udělat z Česka Digitální Česko. A tady je platforma, na které se potkává hodně lidí, hodně se mluví o plánech a cílech, hodně se mluví o propojení toho soukromého světa se státní správou, jak bychom měli vlastně fungovat. Je tady evropský rozměr, takisto součástí naší koncepce Digitální Česko. To znamená velice přínosné, hodně na jednom místě možnost potkat různé lidi, kteří mají na to různý názor.
Digital Czech Republic Conference has become the go-to event dedicated to digital transformation of this country, but also of Europe as a whole. It's incredible how the Institute for Politics and Society is able to bring together top policymakers, representatives of the private sector, as well as NGOs, to debate some of the most pressing issues of our time. Uber is a proud sponsor of this conference, and we will continue supporting all events that help people discover the opportunities when it comes to the future of urban mobility.
Já myslím, že to je důležitá konference, já myslím, že i to načasování je velice dobré. Já zítra odletám do Spojených států na valné shromáždění OSN a samozřejmě budu tam vystupovat s našimi názory. Myslím, že pro nás samozřejmě Spojené státy dlouhodobě jsou velký spojenec, byli u zrodu vzniku Československa.
Pro nás Spojené státy jsou hrozně důležité. Z úhlu České republiky je Amerika mezi top 10 destinací pro export, ale co je ještě důležitější, mezi top 6 destinacemi s ohledem na tvorbu přidané hodnoty. Takže pro nás je hrozně důležité diskutovat o příležitostech, možnostech, trablích, potenciálních problémech a je to zcela ideální platforma, kde se můžou potkat všichni.
Za dnešní konferenci velmi rád a přispívá k diskuzi o současném stavu transatlantických vztahů. Proto pro nás, pro Českou republiku, je to zásadní otázka. Spojené státy patří k našim významným partnerům, spojencům. A máme hodně společných zájmů. Zároveň také chceme řešit některé sporné body, jako jsou například obchodní vztahy mezi Evropskou unií a Spojenými státy, budoucnost jaderné dohody s Iránem, nebo také otázky klimatu. A já bych chtěl zdůraznit, že se Spojenými státy, s Kanadou nás mnohem více spojuje, než rozděluje.
Je dobré, že jsme tuhle konferenci, tuhle tradici před 5 lety založili, protože si myslím, že má před sebou velkou budoucnost a vidím každý rok posun krůček po krůčku právě v celkové digitalizaci i v těch konkrétních sektorech.
Digitalizace je předpokladem vůbec vývoje české ekonomiky. Jestliže zaměstnanec má vzhlížet do budoucna, tak bez digitalizace to možné není. Český zaměstnanec si uvědomuje, že budoucnost je založena na digitalizaci, na technologiích, o kterých třeba ještě nevíme, ani je neumíme pojmenovat, a na zcela nových dovednostech, a my jsme proto připraveni.
Samozřejmě tím, jak jako narůstá naše závislost na technologiích, tak také narůstá i naše zranitelnosti. A samozřejmě tomuhle musíme čelit, ale obecně vzato systém založený na řízení rizik, který v České republice máme v kyberbezpečnosti, je dobrý, jako filozoficky, jde správným směrem a myslím, že ty výzvy zvládneme.
Dokázat řídit prostě dopravu tak, aby byla nadále bezpečná nebo daleko ještě bezpečnější. To znamená čas upozorňovat řidiče na dopravní problémy, případně samozřejmě do té dálenější budoucnosti i ty autonomní vozidla, ty by dokázaly řádně řídit ty dopravní proudy tak, aby nedocházelo k nějakým nehodám, které potom přináší ztráty na životech či nějaká těžká zranění. Takže pro mě to je samozřejmě důležitý nástroj ke zvýšení bezpečnosti na té dopravní infrastruktuře, ale samozřejmě i zefektivnění jednotlivých procesů v rámci přípravy dopravních staveb v České republice.
Já jsem v první řadě hodně rád, že se tato konference povedla, že se uskutečnila, i když se mohla zrušit, ale i tohleto je digitalizace, i tohleto je vlastně o tom, že dokážeme díky technologiím a díky digitálním technologiím zpřístupnit obsah. Za mě je daleko lepší, protože ten obsah bude pravděpodobně šířitelný daleko dál, to znamená, se dostane k daleko širšímu publiku.
Welcome. This conference purpose is to provide an opportunity for academics, experts, and concerned members of society to delve into and discuss the many challenges that we face in collaboration with our partners and allies across the Atlantic. Questions regarding NATO and effective security, transatlantic trade, and a globalized COVID-19 response are just a few of the highly important topics that will be explored in the context of transatlantic partnership in our digital forum today.
Tato konference se koná již po páté, avšak poprvé v této digitální podobě. Letos má skvělé načasování, protože se pořádá právě týden po zvolení nového amerického prezidenta. A právě Joe Biden je příslib nové pozitivní spolupráce, a to nejenom z ekonomického hlediska, ale i z bezpečnostního a politického.
There would be no independent Czechoslovakia without the support of United States. American President Woodrow Wilson and American citizens of Czech and Slovak origin were the active and influential supporters of the creation of independent and democratic Czechoslovakia.
Osobně se domnívám, že ty hlavní výzvy pro novou administrativu prezidenta Bidena budou zejména na domácí scéně. A myslím si, že je opravdu čas nastolit novou transatlantickou agendu.
Já si myslím, že letošní konference se velmi povedla, protože vlastně i ten formát vzdálený, virtuální, umožní zapojení aktérů ze všech možných koutů světa, což zvlášť pro transatlantické vztahy je dost podstatné.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly ask you to go back to the main room as we're about to begin with our last part of today's program. Thank you very much.
Pandemie nesmírně pomohla digitalizaci a možná více, než si uvědomujeme.
Vliv koronavirové pandemie na vliv digitálních služeb, tak my jako Česká národní banka to v té oblasti, kterou my sledujeme, úplně nepozorujeme. My stále vidíme nárůst hotovosti, pokud se bavíme o platebním styku.
Projekty, které jsme začali, či už se jedná o transformaci úřadu, či už přinesení cloudu, portálu občana nebo identity pro všechny občany, rozhodně spějí k tomu, aby Česko bylo digitální.
Z mého pohledu máme teď jedinečnou příležitost tu tragédii covidu využít k něčemu pozitivnímu, a to by právě měl být přechod k elektronickému zdravotnictví.
My jsme si tady říkali, že digitalizace už v dopravě je. Hodně dopředu je třeba železniční doprava a vlaky, postupuje i do té dopravy osobní, ale také do našeho způsobu využívání. Řada z nás už jsme si vyzkoušeli mobilem odemknout nějakou koloběžku a pak po ní chviličku jet, takže pomáhá jednoznačně a bude pomáhat dál a dál ohromným způsobem, jaký si asi nedokážeme představit.
Okay, very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, the time of our last panel discussion has come, and therefore let me welcome here our speakers who will participate in the last panel. So I'm just gonna shortly introduce the last panel discussion, that is the EU-US security relations, European security in the shadow of the US elections. Let me welcome here our speakers for this panel. The first speaker is His Excellency Luís de Almeida Sampaio, the ambassador at the Embassy of Portugal in Prague. Welcome, sir. The second guest is Robert Králíček, a member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic. Good afternoon as well. The third guest is Erika Rodriguez Pinzón, a special advisor to the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Josep Borrell. Good afternoon. And we've got the last guest here, who is Cameron Manter, a distinguished non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. And as you notice, the moderator of this panel will be again our wonderful Dorka Takács, a research fellow at the Center for Euro-Atlantic Integration and Democracy. So I hope you have a fruitful discussion, and thank you so much for coming, everyone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me greet you at the beginning of this panel, co-organized by the Institute for Politics and Society and other partners, namely the Friedrich Lehmann Foundation, Liberty and Republikon Institute. And I would like to encourage you to submit your questions via the Slido app, because I'm going to keep my eyes on the Slido's questions, and we are going to try to find time for those. And for that end, I would like to ask our lovely panelists to share their opening statements, certain opening remarks to set the stage for our panel. We can go in whichever order. Mr. Ambassador, do you feel like? Thank you.
Okay, so, thank you very much. So the idea is that I start up front with my opening statement.
Yes, please.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you because I heard that there was a video from some Ukrainian participant that would be at the outset, or
She will be the fifth, so please feel free to,
Thank
and then
you.
we are going to have...
Very well, thank you very much. So let me start by the key message that I have for all of you, that is simultaneously a clear declaration of interests. I am a transatlanticist. I was the ambassador of Portugal to NATO. NATO was the better part of my diplomatic life. Being ambassador to NATO was my third NATO spell, and I really believe in the transatlantic relationship. As the famous movie starts out, I believe in America, as well as I believe in the United Kingdom, and I believe that the United States should remain an European power. And when I say that aloud to different audiences, it is very interesting because it is relatively seldom well understood what I mean by the United States must remain an European power. And there is a big challenge, obviously, if you look at the prospects for the elections in November and what the outcome of that election could mean, could represent for the transatlantic relationship. And it is key to understand that the transatlantic relationship is more important now than ever, where the international rules-based order is at stake with the atrocities being committed by Russia in Ukraine, the invasion of Ukraine, and the objective of Russia, which is to dismantle the international rules-based order that is the basic pillar of our shared values, of our community of shared values, that encompasses not only the countries of the European Union and the candidate countries to the European Union, but also, obviously, the NATO family, the NATO countries across the Atlantic, and also those that one day will become NATO members. I am not going to dwell on the reasons why since February 2007, Vladimir Putin started to spell out in a very public way the Primakov Doctrine. That is for the academics to study. We, the diplomats, the international relations operators, we know that Vladimir Putin wants really to dismantle the international rules-based order as we know it, because he believes that the implosion of the Soviet Union represented an humiliation to Russia and to Russians. And it is very difficult to compatibilize this view, this dramatic, aggressive view, to the one that we all share in Europe and across the board in the North Atlantic Organization. So the end game in Ukraine, and I guess that there will be a lot of questions also related to that, will be something that needs to protect and to uphold the international rules-based order. And with that, I will finish my opening remarks.
Well, it's very hard to continue after the great speech. So, as you know, Czech Republic celebrates this week 25th anniversary to join the NATO, as well as Hungary and Poland. And also, I'm a deputy chair of our parliamentary assembly of the NATO. So I think that in this topic we have many security challenges I think worldwide. And sometimes I miss the discussion about the other security challenges because, as you can see in the newspaper media, every time we focus in only one security issues. We started with Ukraine conflict, then was Gaza, but we, for example, sometimes I feel that we forgot what can happen in Africa, which has also big impact to the European defense and European security stuff. And also, I would like to discuss, let's say, our dependency on the US, because there was let's say, from the Second War, we rely on the US that they will watch us over everything. And based on the current, for example, election and current campaign, sometimes we hear some new statement from some of the candidates, so which open us a new question and let's say new challenges for the European Union. So I think that we will have a chance to discuss them now.
Okay, thank you very much thank you for the invitation. And one interesting thing is that many of the topics that must be discussed in this during this panel were discussed in the last panel, and this is interesting because that reveals that security is now an existential threat. It's now about talking about existential threats to democracy, to liberal democracy. And this is an important point because we need to talk about the European security in a wider understanding of the concept. And I'm not suggesting that we must securitize it or use a securitization of all political spheres, but we need a holistic approach of the challenges that we're facing. And many of those challenges are inside our countries, are domestic challenges, even against democracy. So it's very important to use a wider concept of security and to analyze not only international situation, and also the internal situation of democracies to understand the challenges for security and the measures that we need to take. So that is my opening remark.
Well, let me just build on what you have said, because I feel this very strongly. I'm a retired American diplomat. And now living in Prague, but spent many years in diplomacy and in other areas working on this. And I'd like to make three quick comments. One, just quickly about the American election, because I'm the American here who gets to contact, but then to follow up on this. I think that there are senses that this election will be, everyone is correct in saying it'll be close. And anyone who thinks that they know what's going to happen is wrong. There are structural advantages that the incumbent in the United States holds. And so when you go to Washington, as I did just a week ago, you will find that in general, pundits or experts will think that Biden, unless something happens, has the advantage. That's not what you hear in the newspapers. That's not when you hear in the great panic that Donald Trump is coming. It is worth preparing, as people have said, for a Trump presidency. But it is very close. And there are structural advantages to that, to the president. On this question, though, of preparedness in society, security being something that's broader, I think the second point I wish to make is that I think that what is important about the security of Europe is the change in mentality that is taking place and has to continue. There is a very interesting article written by the former German ambassador to Poland. His name is Thomas Bagger. He is back at the, I think, the ministry in Berlin these days. He wrote this essay in 2019 about how European leadership has had a problem because of the very success of managing the European Union. They have lost much of the habit of dealing with power politics. And by power politics, I mean the nasty, awful power politics. The kind of politics I spent when I was in Pakistan and Iraq and those kinds of places. This was something that my European colleagues, because the EU especially was an exercise in extending peace, they were out of the habit. I'm not saying entirely, because NATO is a functioning place with very capable militaries from all countries. But that mentality is going to have to change. Some people call for almost a militarization of Europe, that Europe has to learn not only to build more, to make more artillery shells and to build more tanks, but to reorient itself towards the issues like conscription, to reorient itself towards the questions of what are citizens going to be asked in domestic elections to give up for the sake of the freedom of Ukrainians or others. These are tough questions about mentalities that I think are very, very tough, and they are not classical security issues. They are the questions that politicians have to deal with. The final point I want to make is a point about the mentality of the United States. And bear with me while I try to be a little bit schematic. Everyone has been focused up till now, when we've been talking in this session, about the 2024 election. But I would argue that the election that matters is 2028. You say, okay, why? Why is that? Just a little fact. John F. Kennedy was the same age as George H.W. Bush. Between 1960 and 1992, America was ruled more or less by people who had had their generational mentality shaped by either service in the Second World War or by that era. And so when that era ended, and it ended also with the end of the Cold War, there was a shift of paradigm. In 1992, Bill Clinton was elected. Donald Trump is the same age as Bill Clinton. All of the presidents for this second 32-year period have all been formed by this second age. God willing, in 2028, that will be the last time this generation is in office, whether it's Donald Trump or whether it's Joe Biden. So I would argue there are distinctly different attitudes that Biden and Trump have, and everyone has talked about them. But it will be a new paradigm for American attitudes towards security, towards solidarity, toward the alliance. It will be a new generation that comes in 2028. Now, will that generation have to, I will betray that I'm a Democrat, will that generation have to pick up the pieces after Trump? Will it have to see Joe Biden kind of try to keep the old paradigm alive? Whatever the case, the real judgment is going to be in 2028 when a new group of Americans, our new American president, is going to have the mentality change to deal with the kinds of challenges that we're going to talk about today. So there's a European mentality change, which is the peace exercise maybe won't be able to be what it was, tough decisions. And the Americans have to also change, and I would say to my European friends, pay close attention to the next generation, because when the next generational shift happens, that's going to be a whole new NATO, it's going to be a whole new attitude towards global defense, and a whole new attitude towards our European friends.
Thank you. I'm sorry for a small interruption, but there is one more guest that I would like to welcome here, and it's a real special guest who will also contribute to this panel with her welcome video message. This guest is Kira Rudik, a member of the European Parliament and the leader of the Voice Party, who will perform virtually right now on the screen.
Hello, dear friends. I am Kira Rudik, member of Ukrainian Parliament, leader of the political party Voice, and Vice President of ALDE. I am speaking to you from Kyiv, Ukraine. Today is the day 750 of the full-scale invasion, and it's 10 years since the war started, since Russia started a war on us. There are certain lessons that we have learned over this time that I would like to share with you today. The first lesson is the lesson of unity. We are the living proof that you can successfully fight back the enemy that is stronger and bigger than you and has prepared for the war if you are not fighting alone. There are two reasons why we are still able to exist as a state and to fight back. The first reason is brave men and women of Ukraine who are fighting at the front. But the second reason is brave men and women of the free world who are standing with us, who are supporting us, and who are pushing their governments to do the right thing, to send us the military support, to send us humanitarian and financial support that we are able to sustain. The second lesson is that Putin playing the word of attrition. So he's trying to use the time to build more capacities, to use more of his allies' resources, and to use all Russia's resources to build more weapons and mobilize more people. We need to acknowledge that and make sure that we have the way to fight back. It is incredibly hard to do that, given that the whole free world is in the election mode right now. Given this year is incredibly tough because the populists and far right are offering people simple solutions for the complicated problems. But we also know how to fight it. It's to stand together, work in a united way on important matters, and security is one of the critical and important matters. I think everybody will agree on that. The third lesson is that the Western world is unable right now to match the speed of the production that Russia, Iran, and North Korea are showing. And it's a matter, and it's a huge problem that we hope will be resolved soon with the right political and economic decisions. It is critical for us that we are not facing our enemy empty-handed. And as of right now, many of the political promises that have been made have not become weapons in the arms of Ukrainian soldiers. The closest example is the promise of 1 million ammunition sets for Ukraine that have not been fulfilled even in a half. And this is why we know that Europe needs to rethink its abilities of producing the weapons and supplies and other military production areas. The next lesson is Russia would not stop unless they are stopped. I think there are no more illusions in the world about that, given the latest speeches by Putin and Medvedev. However, we are again the living proof of that. We know that we are talking a lot about what would happen when Ukraine wins, but we are not talking too much about what would happen if we lose, because that will open so many doors for all the tyrannies in the whole world who will raise their heads and see that the whole powers of the democratic world was not enough to stop Russia in Ukraine, where we have the will and capacity to fight back, but we need resources to do that. The last lesson that I would like to share with you today is that impossible is nothing, and that all the obstacles that we are facing on the way is just a beginning of the conversation. I want to take you back to the first days of the full-scale invasion, where the world did not believe that we will stand for more than a couple of days. Watch us now. We are fighting. We are being very successful in certain areas, such as Black Sea, where we were able to destroy a good amount of Russian fleet without having a fleet of our own, where we were able to fight back and regain 50% of the territories that Russia has taken from us, where things that were unthinkable at the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, such as delivering fighter jets to Ukraine, actually become the reality right now. We need to make sure that the fighting back of the democracies is not seen by the authoritarian regimes as just coincidence. We need to make sure that the NATO alliance is getting stronger and is working from all the angles, and that Europe is able to defend itself as a continent, as a union. We, as Ukraine, are ready to be part of this. And when we are saying that we are defending the future of Europe, we mean this, because we know that we are Europe. And our aspiration to become members of the European Union are getting closer and closer every single day. We are working very hard on it. Thank you so much for standing with us, for helping us fight. We need to mobilize all the resources right now so we would be able to continue fighting and win the war by ourselves. It is critical not only for the future of Ukraine, but for the future of the whole Europe. Thank you so much, and glory to Ukraine.
All right, so starting from something more abstract and conceptual, going to something more palpable in the end, my very first question would be related to the EU's strategic autonomy. How do you see this concept? Do you see it as a reality that can be achieved? And if so, how does this concept fit in the broader framework of the EU-US security relationships? We can go according to the same order if you wish.
They should be complementary. They are not incompatible, and they only make sense together. The strengthening of the European Union of Defense, the deepening of the European Union of Defense, and the strengthening of the NATO alliance. If Europe would be the only and sufficient answer for security concerns, why on earth Finland and Sweden would need to join NATO? They would not need to join NATO because all the answers for their security concerns would be already answered within the framework of the European Union. So even with an European Union of Defense that is really working and part and parcel of the strategic autonomy, we will always need the strengthening of the transatlantic bond. If I would be an adversary of the West, my first objective, my main strategic goal would be to de-link North America from Europe.
If I may, I think it's clear that Europe cannot be completely dependent on US for the defense. But however, we know that US is most important player in the global security and the global defense. I think that Europe must heavily invest to the defense, which means in resources and also in better coordination between or among partners. We also have to learn from the current conflict. I mean, from the current Ukrainian conflict, and we need to invest smartly, because as you can see in a conflict in the Ukraine. There is a new trend in conventional conflict, which means that we should invest to for example, for artillery, for the heavy brigade, and as I mentioned, it should be better coordinated among the European countries. What I heard that I don't know if Mrs. von der Leyen, but somebody mentioned that there is an open discussion about a new commissioner for the defense in the European Commission. So let's discuss about somebody who will be, coordinate, these defense challenges. Let's say these priorities. But what I have to say that there is no space for discussion about a new European army, new European collective defense, or something like that. That's it's clear statement, and. Also, the reality is that European Union, we have no nuclear weapons, we have no nuclear power. In this case, after Great Britain left the, for example, nuclear weapons resources, it's almost zero, and for me it not makes sense to do any initiatives to develop them, because it takes years and decades, and finally. We have to invest in for example, in ammunition, because we have no capacity and capability in some, important resources like this, and we have a lot of bureaucratic obstacles. For example, if some defense company wants to get the loan and money from the banks, they even, their chances even close to the zero, because banks, it's they feeling, or they mention it's too risky and they are not able to support. So we have to change, and I think it was said that we have to change our minds in some this important stuff, and we have to be part of the NATO. We have to be with partnership with the US, but Europe must invest more to the their defense. That's I think it's a clear message, and really needs to be coordinating. There must be somebody, or some, I don't know if it's the European Commissioner or somebody others, who needs to communicate among the European countries, European Union countries, and we have to coordinate, and we need to better prioritize. Because, for example, in Czech case, there is no question about a fighter jet F-35, but I think it's our priority should be heavy brigade and combat fighter vehicle, and then maybe fighters, because of NATO and because of current trend on conventional warfare in Ukraine. So, and about if we're talking about a fighter jet, so you can see that we expect that in European sky we will have more than 600 F-35, which means that we will be very dependent on US defense industry. I don't know if is it good or not, let's discuss about it, but on other side we should let's say diversify our defense, which means again we have to, as a Europe, we have to heavily invest to our defense, even in defense industry, which we have.
Is it working? Yes, it's working. Okay, we are in a moment of time, a moment of history where we are looking for narratives, I think, and we are looking for concepts to understand our position in the world. And I think strategical autonomy is a very interesting concept and very good concept. It's well made because it is easy to understand, it's easy to share, and it's easy to support. And that's important in the middle of the European complexity. That's very important to share a common concept. But at the same time, it goes forward. It's an interesting concept also because it goes forward security, it goes forward defense, and it also allows us to explain our position in the world and our position with other countries. And I want to add to those things that were already said. And one important point is strategical autonomy. It's a compel to in a call to European countries to analyze and to create new strategies to deal with the rest of the world. And I will introduce now another interesting concept, but not that good and well explained as strategical autonomy. And this is the concept of Global South. How we are going to deal with the Global South. I know Global South is not a very strong concept, not in terms of international relations, not in terms of academical analysis, but it is interesting because many countries consider themselves part of the Global South. And a strategic autonomy, it's imposing this question about how to deal with the Global South. What is the relationship that the European Union, as an independent player, will have with the Global South? And I want to introduce an interesting example from Latin America. In Latin America, they are discussing also what is their position in the world and what will be the role of Latin America in the world, despite it doesn't have a real regional alliance or regional construction. But they are talking about active non-alignment. What's the difference between strategical autonomy and active non-alignment? They are recognizing that the world will be bipolar. Because alignment, let us think about it in terms of the Cold War, and it recognizes that there are two powers, United States and China, and they will not align with any of them because they want to play in the middle. It's very different from what the European Union is proposing, because they are proposing a different structure and different architecture of the international system. And this is why I think it's very important to share this idea with the rest of the world. Is the architecture of the structure of the international system must be different. And there is no necessity to align with any pole, because there will not be poles, because we want to play as regions, for instance, as regions. And I think strategic autonomy is creating a narrative, and this is why we must support as Europeans, because it's a narrative about the world, and a narrative about how the world should be in the future.
Yeah, again, on strategic autonomy, I absolutely agree that it's not useful to use strategic autonomy as a way of saying we need to be separate from the Americans. We all know that Americans can be hypocritical, they can be naive, but as someone said, they're also the elephant in bed, and they're not going anywhere, right? So, A, you have to get along with them and do that. Exactly as you're saying, this kind of narrative, the way that it's done in Brussels now, I'm afraid, does not resonate in Washington. That is, Brussels and Washington, in talking about these things, don't speak the same language. So when I'm talking about mentalities, it's also an effort to get those people who would go to Latin America to try to come up with a common language with the Americans if it's possible. And to say, not that because we have a common language, we all do the same thing. You may do different things with them. We may do different things. We have a different history with them. But there has to be, I believe, a way of having a common language. Perhaps a defense commissioner can help to coordinate across the Atlantic to do that. I think the other issue that comes to my mind about strategic autonomy that is of concern is, those of you who were here all day, you heard an excellent panel about economics earlier in the day. And the disparity between the American technical developments and in the high-tech growth, and how Europe is lagging behind. If indeed we're talking about more than simply tanks and F-35s and soldiers, but if we're talking about what's called full spectrum warfare, the Americans and the Europeans have to learn to talk not only about this full spectrum warfare, but to at least understand why there are these differences economically. Because if the Americans develop way far ahead in tech, and these are applied to defense, and it's out of sync with Europe, that's going to be a problem. We have to figure out how to talk. I'm not trying to say Europe has to become Silicon Valley. I'm just saying we have to be realistic about the fact that your economy and our economy function differently. That has an impact on defense. If we don't coordinate, if we can't speak the language of narratives together, we're going to be in trouble.
May I say a sentence on the Global South? The key is the shared values. In Latin America, in Africa, the Global South, being friends of democracy, allies in the democratic endeavor, protecting freedom, protecting free markets, sharing the values that we share. Because, as we said at the beginning, the challenges that are out there are the illiberal attitudes, illiberal policies, and the enemies of democracy. Russia, China. China is not a democratic country. I am not saying that China is a threat. It could be portrayed as a challenge or a set of opportunities, but for sure, it is not a democratic country. It is not going to help us uphold our democracies. So it is key that the Global South, and in that sense, strategic autonomy from the European Union could be an extraordinary tool in order to bring all those countries on board of our fight for democracy.
As diplomats, we can make this point. Europe has extraordinary soft power still, reputational soft power. But when I was ambassador in Pakistan, I had at the American embassy 2,000 people. My German colleagues had 45. Okay? If Europe is going to be a player, not just in questions of strict defense, but in diplomacy in the Global South, it needs to really beef up that which it's good at, which is diplomacy. It costs a lot, but you're good at it. So I hope you do.
So since you mentioned that Europe must be prepared, how do you assess, this question is for anybody who wishes to answer, how would you assess Europe's preparedness for any potential threats? And strongly interlinked, we already have received the question whether you think that we are already in a cyber war, given the fact that influencing public opinion with fake news is an increasing problem. So what do you think? Are we prepared and are we already in a cyber war?
I just have a question. Is anybody prepared for that kind of war? I think that nobody is, because one of the things is that our institutions and our systems are given slow answers to upcoming problems. So it is very difficult to be prepared. But the other side, we have to keep our confidence on the strongest alliances within the system. For example, in terms of this kind of threat, I want to believe that we will have a common front created with the public and private sector, because the private sector will play a very important role. The companies and the entrepreneurs who are providing us with solutions in the digital world. So I want to put all my confidence on the strongest values that we share within the system and with some of many allies that in this kind of situation will work and will be able to build a response.
The question of preparedness is directly related, and I am not talking about cyber war. I mean, the experts, and we have some in the room, would immediately tell you that being or not in a cyber warfare mode depends on the question of attribution. I am not going to enter into the technicalities of that, but only assuming that you solve the problem of attribution, you can really assess if you are in a state of cyber war. But preparedness in a more broader sense, it is a question also of perceptions of threat. I mean, if you ask Portuguese youth about what is the clear and present danger, I would bet that 90% of them would answer, the prospect of not getting a good job, the prospect of unemployment. If you ask the same question to any public opinion in the Baltic states, they would immediately say, obviously, the clear and present danger is Russia. So in order to be prepared, in order to embark on a prepared mode, that would imply that civilians are not only the beneficiaries of defense, but also active actors of defense. The question of conscription that somebody already mentioned, the total defense concept that is so keen to the Scandinavian nations, you need really to assess the different perceptions of threat. I will come back, probably we'll have still opportunity to speak about something that is very much related to that. It is the equation between deterrence and containment, but I will come to that in a further moment. Please.
Maybe just short comment regarding the cybersecurity. I think it's still not enough prioritized in each country. So it means that it's from my side it's still underestimated, and we should heavily invest in the cyber, especially human resources, and we could share because as I see in my country, each public office require cybersecurity specialists, but even we don't have enough in Czech. And the second one regarding the other security challenges, or if we are prepared, I think it's also a question related to economic, because we discuss about embargoes against Russia, and we discuss with that China's security challenge or security risk, but still we do have a lot of business with them. Not directly maybe, but we are really in for example in electronic industry we are really dependent on China. even in we discuss in Czech Republic, we discuss a new law about security of supply chain, which is very complicated, how to avoid the risk from the Chinese product in critical infrastructure, for example. And I think that in this case we have to start discussion how we can be more independent on China, how we can if we are able even cancel the business with China and Russia, or how to do it, because otherwise if we still send money to these countries, so they will increase the security risk for the Europe. And I know that it's not easy, and I don't have a 100% receipt how to do it, but even we have to have a serious discussion how to stop send the money to the Russia for the gas, for the oil. And same in China. If we talking about cyber security, and if we produce everything in China, if we are dependent on chipset to the car industry and to the car, if we let's say produce battery for electric car in the Europe, if we let's say open market for Chinese cars, which is really cheaper than the European. So this is question what we really want, and we have to set priority and open serious discussion, where to go, what is a priority, and how we can let's say avoid the security risk, and yeah, that's all.
So get to the gloomy side. I would like to ask you about the potential consequences of Trump's policies shall he be elected. So how do you see what would be or what could be the consequences for European security of Trump being re-elected? And if we assume something, how should Europe respond? And we also have a related question. Speaking of potential US disengagement in Ukraine, would the EU still be able to buy American weapons and send them to Ukraine if US withdrew direct support?
Let me jump on those. The United States will always be willing to sell you weapons. Don't worry about that. Yeah. On the question of if Trump is elected, there are different levels of organizational planning going on in Washington. Many of the traditional Republicans, we call them never-Trumpers, are very much in tune with their European allies. They are the McCain Republicans, the strong transatlanticists, and they have been marginalized in the Trump party that we have now. Within the Trump party, there are organizations such as the Heritage Foundation or the America First Policy Institute, which you probably have not heard of. And these are people who are putting together the agenda for Trump. If you look through the 800 pages of what the Heritage Foundation has written, I will exaggerate. 799 pages of them are domestic policy. For these people, now no one gets inside Trump's head except Trump, right? But for these people who will be staffing and around him, they are overwhelmingly concerned with domestic policy. And I would argue settling scores with the Justice Department, the FBI, this kind of thing. Now, wise Europeans should watch this and understand it, but it's not classical foreign policy. So that when people say, Trump said this about Putin, or Trump said this about NATO, Trump says lots of things about lots of things, and we don't know which ones of those things will happen. So, if Trump is elected, he will be surrounded by people who are not foreign policy focused, with exceptions. You know the famous Rick Grenell, former ambassador to Germany, other people like that, but these are very few. Most of his agenda is domestic, and the foreign policy direction will probably be haphazard at best. So personally, I do not think they've thought through the idea of withdrawing from NATO. I don't think they've thought through the idea of, will they pull a brigade out of Germany just to punish the Germans? I don't think they've thought through the various kinds of implications of what happens. Is Rammstein a base for Germany, or is it America's footprint in the Middle East? These kinds of big strategic issues, I don't think the Trump people have thought about. So the implication is, we don't know.
I cannot agree more with Cameron Munter. Two comments, because this is the two sides of the same coin. When Trump speaks about NATO, about the burden sharing, he speaks to his own constituency in Texas. He does not understand the geostrategic implications of the transatlantic relationship. He does not care, he does not want to listen. Of course, it is very different when people speak campaigning and what they do once they are in power. But Cameron Munter said the most important part of all that. The other side of the coin is that we should also be aware that in Europe there are still some minds that really believe that Europe could go alone, that Europe could build not only this complementary strategic autonomy or this Europe of defense as the European pillar of NATO, but also something that is very distinct from a geostrategic standpoint. Those ideas were there, not only within the Charles de Gaulle inner circle of politicians, but throughout the history of recent decades of European policies. So we need also to convince those people in Europe that it is in our European interest to engage the United States in what this security transatlantic relationship is concerned.
If I may short comments, you know, if you look at the public opinion polls in states, so the Trump's chance to be reelected is quite high, but I personally don't believe that Trump, when he will be re-elected, will dissolve NATO. I don't believe. I think it's pre-election rhetoric, and he wants to which is told to those Americans who has a different opinion than Democrats administration. However, for us means that we cannot no longer support a situation since existed since Second World War, that the US watches over everything, and we need, as I mentioned, we really need to heavily invest to the European defense, because we have many challenges. On one side we have Russia, and on the second side we have immigration. So not really not only let's say depends on US, but really start, discuss, and effectively invest to the European defense. But I strongly believe that after, if Trump will be re-elected, that he will never dissolve NATO.
Yes, I strongly agree with all you, and I invite you to see the changes that has been happening within the proposition of the Democrat Party, and you will see that it is more and more important, the domestic sphere, and they are putting more attention on those topics that are relevant for swing states, because we are in the middle of an electoral competition. They are talking about their country, and those swing states are not talking about NATO or Ukraine. They are talking about industrial changes and the reindustrialization of the reshoring of enterprises, of companies, things like that. And that is the relevant point right now.
Yeah. And I would add cultural issues as well, which are very hard to measure in economics. One point I also want to make for the NATO experts: remember that Article 5 guarantee is not a declaration. It has to be unanimous. The way Article 5 works is, if it's invoked, every member of NATO has to say that they agree with it. And if one holds out, who do I have in mind, right? If one holds out, there's no Article 5 decree. So there's two problems that Trump has, even if he doesn't dissolve NATO. One is he can undermine the confidence in the American will to defend allies, even without dissolving NATO. And technically, he can block, if he wants, many of the mechanisms in NATO. No one who has worked in NATO has ever expected that the Americans would block things. The Americans are usually the opposite, the initiators. He could, in other words, he could gum up the mechanisms of NATO as well as kill the confidence of NATO. So these are two psychological and technical things that would make a difference, could make a difference.
Well, having difficult allies did only not come into your mind, but also one of our questioners' mind, because we have a question about how can Europe, but I guess that for that and NATO as well, better tame rogue politicians. For instance, here is written Orbán, Mečiar and Babiš. So what can Europe and NATO do about rogue politicians? I know, easy question to solve. So.
It's very difficult to say because it is very difficult, and it is a great challenge when you are trying to play a role as a relevant international actor and not only as a soft power. This is important, as a one who cuts the bread in the international table. It's very difficult to deal with the rogue politicians because we have lost the internal firewalls that stop those kind of personalities to run for the presidency of the parties. For example, what happened with the Republican Party in the United States. This is one of the important points. They are not. I don't know how to say that in English. Firewall, yes, like a kind of wall that stop them to go to the top of the parties. This is one important point. The second point is what happens with all those countries that are ruled by those kind of governments, autocracies, dictatorships, because only the 36% of the population lives under democracy. So the most part of the world is living, the humanity is living under those kind of regimes. But we need to deal with them. And for example, when the European Union prepared the last summit with Latin American countries, one of the most important discussions was about to invite or not to invite Cuba or Venezuela. And finally, at the end of the meeting, those countries were those who allowed to have a common declaration of the meeting, of the summit. So it's difficult to deal with them, but you need to discuss with them some topics, and you need to establish a bridge to have a communication. You cannot cut all the links with the rest of the world, with the 76% of the population of the world, because you need to discuss important and relevant challenges for humanity and for your own security with them. And this is the pragmatical view and the pragmatical necessity to establish that we need to establish inside our strategic autonomy. Despite we fight for our values and we want to share it with all them, but we know how is the world.
Yep, absolutely, I could not agree more. There is an important distinction when it comes to rogue leaders or politicians. The rogue politicians that are dictators, autocratic leaders, so I am placing them outside the European Union and outside the North Atlantic Alliance framework, and those that are rogue, but they are representing democracies. There is a key message that applies to both groups. We don't appease rogue politicians. So appeasing is wrong. Appeasing is a wrong path. In what concerns those that are within our democratic families, you need to understand that they are in power because people voted for them. And you need to understand that there are concerns that were not addressed by the European institutions, by their own governments, by allies, by partners. And we need to understand how to turn things around. What are the concerns of those people that put in power rogue politicians within our democracies? On the rogue ones that are outside democracies, the way to deal with them is obviously to make sure that we are, and we will always be, on the side of democracy, on the side of freedom, and that is the only language that we can have when dealing with Venezuela, for instance. We need really to tell that more important than anything geostrategically or energy strategically related is the fight for democracy, for human rights, for liberty.
You know, I have to react. I don't want to, I don't want to open the local politics issues, and also I don't want to comment Orbán and Fico, but I can comment. Yeah, it was in. It was mentioned in the question, and even I can offer the discussion, direct discussion with the person who asked thereafter. But what I have to answer regarding Mr. Babiš and this question, that we fully support the NATO, we fully support the government with support to Ukraine, and there is no question about the referendum to exit NATO. So that's just short question that we are on the support of NATO. NATO is a key pillar for our defense, and there is no another question. So just because my chair was mentioned.
And just from an American point of view, and my Canadian colleague will forgive me for saying this, but we always said anyone can negotiate with the Canadians, right? That's easy. Right? They're reasonable people. You say something to them and they say, I'm sorry. Always. But as Jim Mattis, who is one of our great generals and statesmen, used to say, and I paraphrase, he says, if you talk with me, you'll have no greater friend. But if we have to fight, you'll have no tougher enemy. So, you have to draw the line. You have to say, I'm here to talk with you, no matter what kind of government you have. But when you cross the line and we end up on other sides, you have to let them know that people like that need to hear that you are willing to fight. And I think this is a cultural thing that Americans and Europeans need to discuss more, because this is deeply ingrained in America. Westerns, cowboys, country music, this is part of our culture. And I gently add to my European friends, it's not as much part of your culture, because what you've been successful in the last 30 years is the project of peace that everyone admires. And now you've got to defend peace, and it's hard.
Not everybody is easy to negotiate with. However, we have received certain questions, for instance, about what to do with Iran for our own future security, looking at, for instance, the Red Sea. And also we have received another question on how to engage exactly with the Global South. How should we institutionalize our relationship with the Global South? These questions are up for grabs, so feel free to grab your mic.
Well, maybe you want to answer. No. Okay, I will. It's difficult to me to talk about Iran. It's not the areas, one of the areas that I study, but it is important now to keep the. We need to understand Iran as a part of a regional strategy. Yes. We need to understand it in terms of keep the control and keep the region cold during this difficult period. I will not go forward on this topic, but I wanted to discuss the second topic, the problem of multilateralism right now, because we are facing the many attacks to the multilateral system as it was built after the Second World War, and the Global South is using the multilateral system in a transactional mode, but they are still playing that within the multilateral system. So we need more institutions. We need strong capabilities in the multilateral system, but at the same time, we are being contested as a system, as an entire system, by those who have very good arguments, because we need to understand that they have good arguments because of the role that the United States has played during the Cold War, because of the lack of development for those countries. And we need to understand, and that was something that I was thinking, it's that the limits, our values, are the limits of the Western development. Those countries who have not able to reach the kind of development, those people who have never have been living in a welfare state or with a good condition of life, will not be embraced the values of democracy because it is because Europeans or Americans say it is good. So what are the pillars, the basis for that new multilateral system where we can discuss, where we can talk with those countries, when we can construct links and we can pragmatically start to work on difficult topics with them. This is the challenge. I think we are learning how to do it. We are in the process to learn. For example, this construction of minilateral opportunities to discuss topics. Minilateralism is becoming increasingly more and more important because it is a kind of a strategy to discuss with a few countries a relevant topic for all of them. So we need to use this kind of strategies. And the use of regional institutions. Regional institutions are more important now than ever because they are those who can pose who can construct a consensus about some topics in that regional way and then present it or represent this concept in the international discussion. So I think those are few ideas about that.
On Iran, Iran is a theocracy, a brutal autocratic theocracy. It is not a democracy, but simultaneously it is a very important geostrategic player, and we need to take that into account. It would be totally foolish to disregard the fact that Iran has the importance that it has regionally and even beyond the region. It is interesting, though, in what the first part of my sentence is concerned, that there is a vivid opposition in Iran. It does not exist in all dictatorships, in all autocracies. And it is very interesting to try to understand what is going on in Iran. And we obviously, we in the West, we need to be on the side of those that are suffering the brutal policies of the Iranian authorities. Then on the global South again, and you said the most important things, I would say that a relationship of respect is essential, is a key ingredient. To sell the idea of democracy is not enough. It would be very important to combine democracy with progress, with welfare, with the perspective of a more affluent society. In my mind, that is always the big challenge that we are faced with China. If China succeeds economically, it will be the first time ever that an autocracy would really be an engine for progress. And that is very worrisome, because at the end of the day, why should I care about voting, political parties, democracy, if I could have motorways, good hospitals, pension schemes without the bother of the political infighting that political parties mean? So it is a challenge to speak that language to the global South. I think that our Czech friends are well positioned in what Africa is concerned. They don't have a colonial past. They had very good relations during the time of Czechoslovakia. They are using them in a very intelligent way now. We are following these visits of African leaders to Prague and the visits of the Czech politicians to Africa with great attention. And I think that we should also learn something from that.
As worrisome as it is, we have received probably the most important question regarding our security from our audience, which is the deployment of nuclear weapons. How do you see the chances for that? Will they be deployed in the near future anywhere?
I don't know. So far in the past 70 years, there is the habit, the reflex, that you have the response that this must never be used. What is worrisome, and why this is a good question to which none of us have a good answer, is that the architecture that was built in the Cold War around non-proliferation and safeguards of nuclear use, whether it's reductions of weapons, medium-level weapons, or START, or SALT, or any of these things, ABM treaty, that has gradually been dismantled over the past 20 years. And I'm embarrassed to say that, one of the first steps was the United States backing away from the ABM treaty, but then we've had the successive measures by the Russians backing away from these treaties. So the architecture is no longer there. And again, what I originally talked about was the generational mentality. There was a generation, when I became a diplomat back in the Dark Ages, there was a generation of people who were trained, Americans and Russians at that time, trained in the arts of nuclear risk avoidance. And there were whole bunches of people who were trained that way. Most of those people are retired, and most of them have not been replaced, because that's not been part of what people saw in the security of the 1990s and 2010s, et cetera. So I can only answer that question about nuclear weapons saying, yes, it's dangerous, because not only are the nuclear weapons still there, but the mechanisms that prevented accidents and indiscriminate use, many of them have fallen away. And then earlier, there was the question, if there is indeed a lack of confidence in the nuclear umbrella, and this is something, a big weight the Americans have to bear. If people do not believe in the nuclear umbrella, if you are Japan, if you are Korea, if you are Western Europe, what prevents you from having your own nuclear weapon? So proliferation is also an issue. So I don't have a good answer to that question.
And it is indispensable to build more previsibility and to build more risk reduction, even though we all know that the strategic intent with Russia is not possible now because of the situation in Ukraine, and most probably will not be possible until someone else is in power in the Kremlin. So for the foreseeable future, any strategic equilibrium or strategic kind of partnership with Russia is a non-starter, but we need still to have these de-risking mechanisms in place. They are even more difficult now than they ever were, not to speak about the other rogue nuclear potential mavericks that are out there. Let me link this question to the question that I am studying right now about deterrence, because there is a link with nuclear weapons, of course. Deterrence did not fail in Ukraine. We hear and read sometimes people saying deterrence failed. It did not fail. Ukraine was not, and it is not, or not yet, a member nation of the North Atlantic Alliance. What failed was our ability to contain Russia, to contain Russia's ambitions. And that applies also to the nuclear dimension. We need to find ways to contain Russia's impulses or pulsations towards nuclear weapons, and to do whatever it takes in order to preserve the safety and the security of our citizens. It is an extremely difficult and dangerous task, and of course, the United States of America will be obviously the most important player in that regard.
And as for the closure of this lovely panel, I would like to ask every panelist to summarize your main message in one sentence that you would like to leave here for the audience.
Yeah, maybe I will start. I will, repeat myself. So the main message for me is that Europe must, heavily invest to European defense, which means better coordination among the countries, among the partners, and not only, let's say, rely on US defense. So we have to invest to the, to the resources, and also have a reduce bureaucratic obstacles.
Well, at the end of the day, European Union is the result of is the most successful peace-building effort in the world, in the history of humanity. So we need to go back to the basis and to think security, human security, and to revitalize the concept of human security as a vehicle to conduct all the problems that we're facing as a planet, as a humanity, as a human being. Thank you.
I will go at it a little bit differently than you, as an American friend of Europe. I'll get back to my original idea that I hope what will happen is that there will be a gradual change of mentality, that there has to be an answer to the threat as well as the positive offer that Europe has done so successfully. So there has to be the strength to fight when you must. In American diplomacy, we used to talk about our military friends, and we would say there are two types. There are lasers. You know what a laser is? It's a focused beam of light. And there are floodlights, a broad floodlight. A laser is very focused, but very narrow. And a floodlight is very broad, but very diffuse. It's not as clear. And we would say, we diplomats, we're the floodlight. We studied all the languages, we studied all the cultures. We're the ones who have the broad depth. Our friends in the military, most of them are lasers. They know how to do stuff, right? A general came up to me when I was the governor of the province of Nineveh in Iraq. And he said, you State Department people, you love to admire problems. We solve problems. I said, yes, but you don't want State Department people, you don't want diplomats building a bridge, but I don't want you military guys to decide where the bridge goes, because I know who lives on both sides of the river. What I'm arguing here with all these stories is, I think that in Europe, my general suggestion is, you're very, very good at floodlights. Maybe you could add a few lasers, and you could work together on those.
From my side, three very, very quick sentences. We need to win in Ukraine. What does that mean? What does the end game mean? It means to protect and to preserve, and if possible, to reinforce the international rules-based order. Anything else, any other solution that does not represent the victory of the international rules-based order will be a major defeat with major consequences. Then the second point, and I know that I am repeating myself, we need to know and to build, also inside NATO and inside the European Union, ways and means to contain further ambitions from Russia, knowing that there is a huge difference between deterrence and containment, but we need really to create the comprehensive mechanisms to contain. Then my third point is the reinforcement of the European Union of Defense and the deepening of the European Union of Defense, meaning more European responsibility in terms of defense, must go hand in hand with the strengthening of the transatlantic link.
Distinguished panelists, thank you very much for your valuable insights, and dear audience, thank you very much for your honoring attention.
Thank you so much. And as our last panel has just finished, we're about to get to the last part of our conference right now. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is almost up. We had the opportunity to be a part of 3 insightful and very interesting panel discussions. And now, as we bring this conference to a close, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to every single one of you for your contributions and interest expressed in transatlantic relations. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers, to our panelists, moderators, but also my colleagues for their dedication and hard work in making this event possible. I also would like to thank our partners, the Friedrich Neumann Foundation, the European Liberal Forum, and Renew Europe for making this conference possible. Would like to just announce, don't forget to follow our websites as we are about to launch the official registration for our next also great conference. It's called Digital Europe 2024, where we are all invited as well. As we depart from this gathering, let us carry forward the spirit of cooperation that has characterized our discussions in the panels. Let us remain steadfast and work together across the Atlantic to tackle the challenges that are ahead of us, and it's our time to build a brighter future for generations to come. On behalf of the Institute for Politics and Society and me personally, I wish you safe travels and continued success in your endeavors. Thank you, and until we meet again.